I booked the cabin on a website that listed off-grid vacation homes. I had been working for 12 years straight without a proper break. I was mentally tired, physically drained, and emotionally numb. The idea of a week in the middle of the woods, in a cabin with no Wi-Fi, no neighbors, and barely any phone reception sounded like heaven to me. I wanted quiet. I wanted peace. I wanted to sleep without city noise, without emails buzzing on my phone, without people knocking on my door asking for things. The place looked great in the photos: wooden walls, small front porch, a wood stove inside, and a trail leading into the woods behind it. It was about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. That was perfect. I packed light, just some food, clothes, my old backpack, a flashlight, a knife I kept for hikes, a thermos, a few cans, and a paperback book. I didn't even bring my laptop. I wanted to completely disconnect. My phone only had a single bar of signal at best, and I figured I'd keep it turned off most of the time. The drive took longer than expected. There were no clear signs for the last 30 minutes, and I had to keep checking the directions I printed out. It was late afternoon by the time I reached the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin. The tires of my old Corolla kicked up gravel as I drove up the winding path, trees closing in tighter the higher I went. The air smelled fresh, clean, like pine needles and earth. It was quiet. No cars, no people, nothing but the sound of the engine and birds. I pulled up to the cabin, parked in front of it, and killed the engine. The sudden silence wrapped around me. I stepped out and stretched my back. The cabin looked just like the photos, maybe even better. It had that old but solid look, like it had been standing there for decades, untouched by the world. The wood on the outside was faded but well kept. The windows were small but not broken. I grabbed my bag, walked up to the porch, and took the keys out of the lockbox I had been told about. When I stepped inside, it was colder than I expected. The air felt stale. Not in a bad way, just unused, like no one had been inside for a while. I put my bag down and looked around. There was a small kitchen area to the left with a propane stove, a sink, and some cupboards. Straight ahead was a low table, a rocking chair, and a wood stove. To the right, a short hallway led to a small bedroom and a bathroom. Everything looked tidy, not sparkling clean, but lived in clean, like someone had swept and left. I opened a few drawers to check what was there. Matches, candles, some old pans. Nothing strange, just a regular old cabin. I lit a fire in the stove using some logs stacked inside a crate by the wall. I unpacked my things, put the food in the cupboards, and filled the thermos with water from a container I brought. The tap in the cabin worked, but I didn't fully trust well water I hadn't tested. After settling in, I went out to the porch, sat on the steps, and just breathed for a while. There was something strange about being alone in the woods. First, it felt relaxing. My body started to settle, like I had been tensed for months and was finally letting go. I listened to the birds, the wind in the trees, and the soft cracking of the fire behind me. But after a while, as the sun dipped lower and shadows got longer, it began to feel different. Not scary, just unfamiliar. The silence wasn't empty, it was full of small sounds I didn't recognize, like branches cracking far away or the rustle of leaves without wind. That night, I made some canned soup on the stove and read a few chapters of my book. The fire crackled in the stove. The inside of the cabin was warm and dim, lit only by the soft light of the flames. I felt calm. I slept better than I had in years. The next morning, I woke up early. I brewed some coffee on the stove, poured it into the thermos, and sat on the porch again. I planned to hike a trail I saw marked on a rough map inside the cabin. Before I left, I did a slow walk around the cabin, just to get familiar with the area. I checked the back of the cabin, and that's when I noticed it. There were 2 boot prints in the dirt behind the cabin. They weren't mine. I was wearing sneakers. These were deep, heavy, like someone with hiking boots had stood there. The pattern was distinct. I crouched down and looked closer. They were fresh, no leaves had blown into them yet. Just 2 prints, side by side, facing the back wall of the cabin. No prints leading to them, no prints leading away. I stood up and looked around. The trees were still. No wind, no sound. I didn't know what to make of it, so I just brushed it off. Maybe someone had come by earlier in the week. Maybe the caretaker or the owner had been around. I went on my hike, tried to shake it from my head. The trail was long and steep. I hiked for about 3 hours before looping back. I didn't see anyone the whole time. Not a soul. Just birds, chipmunks, and once, a deer that ran off before I could fully see it. When I got back to the cabin, I was exhausted. I made something simple to eat, drank water, and sat by the fire again. But that night, I kept thinking about those boot prints. They didn't make sense. Around midnight, I woke up. Something had made a sound. A thud. Not loud, but sharp. I froze. The room was pitch black except for the faint orange glow from the last of the fire. I listened. Nothing. Just the faint crackle of dying embers. I told myself it was the wood shifting in the stove, or the old cabin creaking. I went back to sleep. The next day, I checked behind the cabin again. The prints were gone. Not just faded or covered. Gone. The dirt was smooth, like someone had brushed over them. I didn't do it. I hadn't even gone back there since I saw them. I looked for other prints around the sides. Nothing. I walked into the woods behind the cabin and checked the first 20 feet or so. I didn't see anything out of place, but I felt watched. Not by animals, by someone. I stayed near the cabin that day. I didn't want to go back into the woods. I read. I made tea. I tried to act normal, but I kept checking the windows, kept glancing at the door. Something didn't feel right. That night, I locked the door and propped a chair against it. I don't know why. I just needed to feel like I had some warning if someone came in. Around 2 a.m., I woke up again. This time it wasn't a thud. It was something softer, like cloth rubbing, or maybe a footstep. I held my breath and listened. I heard nothing for a long time. Then the faintest creak. From the front porch. I got out of bed slowly, careful not to make a sound. I grabbed my flashlight, but didn't turn it on. I didn't want to give myself away. I stepped into the hallway and froze. The chair was on its side, the one I had propped against the door. The door was closed, but the chair had clearly been moved. I know for a fact it was wedged tight when I went to bed. I backed away, heart pounding. I went to the kitchen and grabbed the knife. I didn't turn on any lights. I sat in the corner of the bedroom, behind the bed, and waited. Nothing else happened that night. I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun came up, I searched every inch of the cabin. Nothing missing, nothing broken, but someone had been inside. I was sure of it. I decided I would leave early. I was supposed to stay 5 nights. I had only done 2. I packed everything, made one last sweep of the place, and locked the door behind me. I started the car and began driving down the path. About 10 minutes into the drive, I passed a small clearing on the left. I didn't remember seeing it on the way up. I looked over. There was a tent, a single green camping tent, half hidden behind a fallen tree. No vehicle nearby, no smoke, just a tent. I kept driving. When I reached the paved road, I pulled over and checked my phone. Still no signal. I drove straight to the nearest gas station with bars and called the local sheriff's department. I didn't know what to say, really. I told them I had rented a cabin and believed someone had been coming inside without permission. I mentioned the boot prints, the door, and the tent. They sent someone to meet me. I told the deputy everything. He asked if I wanted to press charges, but I said I didn't know who it was. He said they'd send someone to check the area. I never heard anything back. A few weeks later, I went back on the listing website. The cabin had been removed. Not marked as booked, just gone. I never went back there. I still think about it sometimes, especially at night. Someone had been staying near that cabin, watching, waiting, maybe using it when it was empty. Maybe they thought I would never notice, but I did, and that's why I left, because I don't know what would have happened if I stayed, and I didn't want to find out. I don't know why I even thought going back to that cabin was a good idea. Maybe it was the memories. Maybe it was the fact that I had nothing else going on in life at the time. Maybe I just wanted to feel something again. But whatever the reason was, I drove out to the same small cabin deep in the forest where my family used to vacation when I was a kid. The cabin had been left to me after my dad passed away. I hadn't been there in over 10 years. I figured I'd clean it up, stay for a few nights, maybe even write something or just clear my head. I was feeling stuck in life. No real job, no relationship, no real reason to stay cooped up in the city anymore. Took me almost 6 hours to get out there. The drive was long, especially the last stretch, miles of dirt road through thick pine trees, barely wide enough for one car. There was no signal, no service bars, just silence and trees that seemed to lean in too close. When I finally pulled up, the cabin looked almost exactly how I remembered it. Small, square, made of old wood that had darkened over the years. The porch sagged a bit more than it used to. The front windows were dusty and streaked. The roof had some moss on it, and there were dead leaves gathered in every corner. But it was still standing. It hadn't fallen apart like I thought it might have. I parked the car off to the side, near the little trail that led down to the creek. I got out and stretched. The air was sharp and cold, even though it was spring. That part of the forest always seemed to hold on to winter longer than the rest of the world. Inside the cabin, it was musty and dark. I had to push the door hard to get it open. It scraped against the wooden floor like it didn't want to let me in. The furniture was all still there, dusty and stiff but familiar. The couch where I used to lie and read books. The small kitchen table where we ate cereal in the mornings. The old cast iron stove in the corner. I unpacked some basic stuff. A flashlight, a bag of food, water bottles, a sleeping bag. I didn't plan to stay long, maybe 2 or 3 nights. Just enough time to soak in the quiet and maybe reset my brain. That first night, everything felt normal. I lit a few candles, warmed up some soup on a small portable burner I brought, and sat on the front porch watching the sky get darker. The stars out there were ridiculous. More than I ever saw in the city. So many you couldn't even count. And the silence. No cars, no voices, no hum of machines. Just wind in the trees and the occasional creak from the woods. I went to bed early, on a mattress that still had some of the old blankets on it. I wrapped myself up in my sleeping bag and tried to sleep, even though the mattress was lumpy and smelled like dust. At some point during the night, I heard something move outside. It wasn't an animal. At least, I don't think it was. It sounded too heavy. I lay still, staring at the ceiling. There was no window near the bed, but I could feel the air shift like something had passed in front of the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't check. I just listened. It faded after a minute, like whatever it was had kept walking. I told myself it was probably a deer, or maybe a bear. I was in the woods, after all. That kind of stuff happened. The next morning, I walked around the property just to look. There were no footprints, at least none I could see clearly. The ground was still frozen in some spots, soft in others. Nothing unusual, just trees, moss, rocks, and the sound of birds up high. The day passed slowly. I didn't have cell signal, and I hadn't brought much to entertain myself. I read an old book I found in the drawer, took a nap, walked down to the creek and sat there for a while. That little creek used to feel huge when I was a kid. Now it was just a few feet wide, winding through the trees like a thin silver ribbon. On the second night, I saw something. It was just before midnight. I had gone out to pee in the woods behind the cabin. I didn't want to stink up the outhouse, and besides, I was alone. It didn't matter. The moon was out, and the trees glowed silver under the light. I had just finished and was zipping up when I saw a flicker of light through the trees. Not moonlight, not a star. This was orange, like fire. I stood there for a second, thinking maybe it was my imagination. But then I saw it again, just a flash between 2 trees maybe 200 feet away, deeper into the woods where the forest got thicker. It was a fire, a real one. Someone had made a campfire out there. I should have gone back inside. I should have ignored it, but I didn't. Instead, I crept forward, quietly, keeping my eyes on the light. I stepped carefully so I wouldn't snap any twigs. The fire flickered brighter as I got closer. I started to hear something, not voices but movement, a rustling, shuffling. I hid behind a thick pine tree and peeked out. There were 3 men. They were dressed in dark clothes, heavy boots, One of them wore a thick jacket with the hood up. They weren't camping like normal people. There were no tents, no sleeping bags, just a small fire on the ground and something large beside it like a tarp or a blanket or maybe a body. I couldn't tell at first. They didn't look like hikers. They looked wrong, dirty, tense. One of them kept looking around like he expected someone to show up. Another one had a large knife strapped to his hip. I squinted, trying to get a better look at what was under the tarp. It was a person. I could see a shoe sticking out, a hand, limp and pale. It wasn't moving. I froze. My heart started racing so fast I could hear it in my ears. I backed up, slowly, keeping low. I didn't want them to hear me. Every step felt like it echoed through the woods. I got back to the cabin without making a sound. I locked the door, pulled the curtains shut, and sat in the dark, trying to breathe quietly. My mind was racing. Who were those guys? What the hell had I just seen? Was that a dead body? Were they burying it? Burning it? I didn't sleep that night. I sat up with my flashlight in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, listening for any sound that meant they were coming. But nothing happened. No footsteps, no voices, just silence again. In the morning, I packed my stuff. I was going to leave. I didn't care about clearing my head anymore. I just wanted out. But when I got to my car, something was wrong. The back window was smashed. Glass was all over the ground. The back seat was torn open. They hadn't stolen anything, they just destroyed it. My spare tire was missing. The front tires were slashed. Someone didn't want me leaving. I stood there, staring at the mess, feeling like I couldn't breathe. I looked around the woods, half expecting to see someone watching from the trees. But there was nothing, just the sound of wind and branches. I was trapped. I went back inside the cabin, locked the door again, and started thinking through my options. There was no phone signal, no landline. The closest town was 20 miles away, and I didn't trust the road without a working car. I could try walking, but if those men were still out there, I'd be walking right through their camp. I waited. That night, I didn't light any candles. I didn't eat. I sat in the corner of the room with the knife, staring at the front door. At some point around midnight, I heard footsteps, crunching leaves. They were close, right outside. Then I heard something hit the side of the cabin, hard. A thud like a fist or maybe a rock. Then silence again. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. When morning came, I looked out through the side window. There were footprints in the dirt. Big ones. Someone had walked around the whole cabin. They had thrown something against the wall. A large rock was lying near the door. I knew I had to leave. I took only what I could carry. A backpack with some water and food. A knife. A flashlight. I wrapped a blanket around myself and started walking. Straight into the woods, away from where I had seen the fire that night. I walked for hours. I didn't follow the road. I was too scared they might be watching it. Instead, I moved through the forest, keeping my ears open, stopping every few minutes to listen. By the time I saw the main highway in the distance, my legs were shaking. I ran the last half mile. When I got to the road, I waved down the first truck I saw. A guy pulled over and let me in. I told him my car broke down. I didn't say anything else. I never went back for the car. I never told the police. I didn't even call a tow truck. I just left it all behind. I don't know who those men were or what they were doing. I don't know who the person under the tarp was. And I don't want to know. All I know is this. Sometimes, when you go looking for peace in a quiet place, you find something else entirely. Something you were never meant to see. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't stay in cabins. I don't even drive near that part of the state. And I never told anyone. Until now. I didn't really have a plan when I booked the cabin. I just needed to get away from everything for a while. I had some time off saved up from work, and I figured a week out in the woods might help clear my head. Things had been piling up. Long hours, noisy neighbors, the same boring food every day, and I hadn't had a real moment of silence in months. So I went online and found a small place listed for rent up in the hills, a few hours north. It was private, cheap, and old, but not falling apart. The listing said it had power, running water, and heating. That's all I needed. The drive there took nearly 5 hours. Most of it was 2-lane roads, and the last part was gravel and dirt winding up into the trees. I drove a used Jeep I'd bought secondhand last year, so I wasn't too worried about the terrain, but I kept checking the weather updates anyway. A snowstorm had been mentioned a few times on the radio, but it sounded like it would come in midweek. I figured I'd be fine. The place had a fireplace, and I packed up on food, bottled water, and even brought extra firewood in the back just in case. When I finally arrived, it was just starting to get dark. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by bare trees. There was no one around for miles, according to the map. The nearest neighbor was about 15 minutes away by car. The snow hadn't started yet, but it was cold enough that I could see my breath the moment I stepped out. The air felt different, cleaner than the city, but heavier too. I stood there for a moment before unpacking, just listening. No cars, no people, no dogs barking, just the sound of wind moving through the trees and the slight creak of branches. The cabin itself was smaller than I expected. Just one room with a bathroom attached. A queen-size bed sat in one corner, with a faded plaid comforter that smelled like dry wood. There was a small kitchen with an old gas stove and a half-sized fridge. A wooden table with 2 mismatched chairs stood by the single front window. The fireplace was across from the bed. I set my bags down and checked everything. The heater worked, though it rattled loudly. The power came on when I flipped the switch. The water took a moment to warm up, but eventually ran clear. There was no cell service, but I expected that. I didn't bring a laptop or anything. I brought 2 books, a notebook, some pens, and a deck of cards I knew I wouldn't use. The idea was to sit still for once, to stop checking emails, to stop worrying. I wanted to eat simple food, go for short hikes, and just sleep as long as I could. That first night, I built a fire in the hearth even though the heater worked. I wanted the sound of it. I cooked some instant noodles on the stove, sat down at the table, and ate slowly while staring out the window into the dark trees. I went to bed early. The wind started picking up around midnight. I could hear it pressing against the cabin, rattling the window panes, and making the trees outside groan. Kept me up for a while, but I didn't mind. It was a different kind of noise than I was used to, natural. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, it was snowing lightly. I went outside with a mug of coffee and stood on the porch. I could see my tire tracks from the night before, leading back down the hill. The snow hadn't covered them yet. I looked around and saw no animals, no birds, just trees and snow and the gray sky. I walked around the cabin to get a feel for the land. There was a woodshed about 20 feet away with a rusted lock on it, already open when I got there. Inside were a few old tools, a shovel, and some moldy planks. Nothing useful. I shut the door and came back inside. The first few days were uneventful. I read a bit, made some basic meals, went on a couple of short walks into the woods and back, and tried to enjoy the silence. The snow came in slowly but didn't get too heavy. It was enough to cover the ground and dust the trees, but not enough to trap me. I kept the fire going most of the day and sometimes left the door open to let the cold air in for a few minutes at a time. On the 4th night, I started to notice something. I had a habit of placing things where I liked them. My mug, my book, my keys, I always put them in the same spots. Not because I was a neat freak, but because the cabin was small and I didn't want to keep looking for things. That night, I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, the book I'd left open on the table was closed. I thought maybe the wind through the chimney had done it. I didn't think much of it at first. The next morning, I noticed my flashlight was no longer on the nightstand. I found it on the kitchen counter. Again, I told myself maybe I'd moved it and forgot, but it kept happening. Little things. A spoon on the floor that I hadn't used. A jacket hung on the back of the door instead of the hook I used. One of my socks missing from the bedpost where I'd left it to dry. By the 6th day, the storm had gotten stronger. Snow was coming down fast, and the wind sounded almost violent outside. I stayed in most of the day, only going out once to get more firewood. That's when I noticed footprints. They weren't mine. They were smaller, spaced closer together, and they didn't lead up from the path. They came from behind the cabin, from the woods, and stopped right under the window. Then they vanished, as if whoever made them walked backward or was carried away. There were no prints leading back. I stared at them for a long time. Then I slowly backed away, firewood still in my arms, and locked the door behind me when I got back in. I didn't eat much that night. I just sat by the fire and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal. Maybe I'd made those tracks earlier and just didn't realize. But I couldn't explain the window. I hadn't cleaned the glass, but it looked smudged now, like someone had pressed their face against it. I stood across the room and stared at the shape. I thought about going outside to wipe it clean, but I didn't. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up, listening for noises. At some point, I heard the boards creak near the kitchen, like someone had stepped there, slow and heavy. But when I sat up, there was nothing. I didn't go back to sleep after that. I kept the flashlight in my hand and waited for morning. The next day, I found my backpack moved. It was unzipped. Nothing was missing, but the way it was placed, tilted against the door, wasn't how I left it. I checked everything. My knife was still there, my snacks, my extra clothes, but it didn't matter. Something was wrong. Around noon, I decided I needed to check the woodshed again. I waited for the wind to slow and went out. This time, I noticed the lock was missing entirely. The door was slightly open. Inside, things had been moved. The old planks were stacked neatly now, and the shovel was gone. I walked back to the cabin fast and locked the door. I kept checking over my shoulder. Every gust of wind through the trees sounded like footsteps. Every shadow looked like it was moving. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I was scared. That night, the power went out. I had firewood, matches, candles, so I wasn't completely in the dark. But something about losing the lights made it worse. I lit 3 candles and kept the fire going. I sat in the corner of the room with my back to the wall and waited. At some point after midnight, I heard it again, the creak of the kitchen floor, and then the faint scrape of something metal. I didn't move. I held my breath and listened. It happened again, closer this time. Then I saw it, a shadow moving across the floor, passing between the window and the firelight. Paused. I could see part of a boot, dark and wet, standing on the floor just inside the cabin. My body froze. My heart was slamming in my chest. I didn't say anything. I didn't make a sound. I stayed there in the corner, gripping the knife I had taken from my bag earlier. The shadow didn't move for what felt like a full minute. Then it slowly stepped back. I heard the door creak shut. I waited another 20 minutes before I got up, knife still in hand, and locked the door again. The lock had been undone. I sat there the rest of the night, shaking, waiting for light. When the morning came, I packed up everything. I left the fire burning and walked down the hill through the snow. I didn't care if the Jeep got stuck. I didn't care if I had to leave half my things behind. I wasn't going to stay another night. When I got to the Jeep, I saw boot prints again, circling the car, leading back up into the trees. They weren't mine. I hadn't gone near the Jeep since I got there. The windows had frost on them, but one of them had a smear, like a hand had wiped it clear to look inside. I got in, locked the doors, and drove. The snow was thick and I slid more than once, but I didn't stop. I didn't breathe until I hit the paved road. I didn't sleep until the next night, in a motel 5 hours south. I don't know who it was or what they wanted. Maybe someone had been living in the woodshed. Maybe someone else knew about the cabin being rented and decided to mess with people. Maybe I wasn't the first. All I know is I never went back. I deleted the listing. I stopped camping. I stopped taking trips alone. I still lock my bedroom door every night, even in my own house, because out there in that cabin, someone was watching me. Someone walked right in while I slept, and they didn't take anything. They just watched. I had rented the cabin for 3 weeks. It was one of those last-minute things you find online, buried deep in listings. It wasn't a tourist spot. It wasn't cute. It was rough. Not unsafe, but definitely not polished. I wanted that. I needed to get away, not just from people, but from everything. I was tired of the noise. City life had worn me down so much that even when I slept, I'd wake up with my jaw locked tight, like I'd been grinding it through the night. I chose the place because it was far out, really far. No nearby cabins, no other people, just trees, hills, and the sound of wind or maybe a few birds if the weather was okay. It was early November, that weird time where it's cold enough to feel uncomfortable but not cold enough to feel clean and still. The ground was muddy in some places, frozen in others. The trees were mostly bare by then, and the sky always looked gray. The road in was just dirt with tire ruts and puddles. I had to take it slow or my old truck would have bottomed out on the rocks. The trees pressed in close, and I didn't have a cell signal after the last gas station. That was expected. I liked that, actually. I didn't want to be found, not in the dramatic way, but just left alone for a while. The cabin was smaller than I thought it would be. A single floor, more of a shack with a covered porch. It had a wood stove, a bed with a lumpy mattress, a water tank, and a composting toilet in a separate shed outside. No electricity, except for a single solar panel hooked up to a car battery that powered 2 LED lights. It was simple, quiet. I liked it. The first few days were peaceful. I'd wake up with the sun, make coffee with my little gas stove, read for a few hours, then go for long walks down through the trees or sit on the porch with a blanket. I wrote a bit in my notebook, mostly about how quiet it was, how my head started to clear. Felt good. That deep kind of calm that only comes after everything else fades out. I didn't bring much with me, just enough food for 3 weeks. Cans, dry goods, jerky, powdered milk. I had a camping filter straw for water from the stream a mile away. I had a rifle too, mostly for safety because the listing said sometimes bears pass through. I never saw any. A few deer, some squirrels. That was it. But something changed around the 5th or 6th day. I noticed it during a walk. I had hiked a little further than usual, following the bend of the stream downstream. I found a small clearing on a slope, surrounded by thicker trees. It looked like an old hunting spot. There were a few cut logs, smooth from years of weather, and the remains of a fire pit, just stones and ash buried under leaves. I sat there a while, eating a granola bar, then decided to head back before it got too dark. On the way back, I saw something I hadn't seen before. It was a tree maybe 20 yards off the trail, with a bit of orange string tied around the trunk. Not fresh, not new. It had weathered, looked like it had been there a while. I didn't think much of it at first. Probably some hunter's trail marker, I figured, but I started noticing more on the way back. Not just string, there were little signs of someone being around. A broken branch that looked freshly snapped. Boot prints in a patch of damp soil. Not mine. Too big. That night, I didn't sleep well. I couldn't stop thinking about those prints. They weren't old. You could still see the shape. The treads were deep. Someone had been nearby. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin. I kept looking into the woods. I listened more than usual. Every crack of a branch made me sit up. I told myself it was nothing. Could have been a hunter passing through. Could have been a ranger, even though this wasn't parkland. I tried to go back to reading, writing, eating like normal, but I kept checking the windows. I'd step outside every half hour and just stare at the trees. Late that afternoon, I saw something that made my stomach drop. I was on the porch, drinking instant coffee out of a chipped metal cup. I had a blanket around my shoulders. I was just watching the trees. Then I saw a flicker of light, like the sun hitting something metal. I squinted and saw it again. It was fast. It looked like it was bouncing, like sunlight off glass. Then I realized what it probably was. Binoculars. Someone was in the woods watching me. I sat there completely still. I felt my heart thudding hard in my chest, louder than the wind in the trees. I didn't move for 5 minutes. 10. I watched the spot where the light came from. Nothing moved. Nothing at all. But I knew what I saw. I went inside slowly. I didn't run. I locked the door. I pulled down the old heavy curtain across the front window, even though it was barely attached. I checked the other windows too. There weren't many. The cabin was small. I kept the lights off when it got dark. I didn't want to be seen again. That night was the worst so far. Every sound outside made me jump. I thought I heard footsteps, but I couldn't tell if it was just the wind or animals. At some point, Something knocked against the side of the cabin. Not loud, just a single dull thud. I froze in bed. I didn't breathe for what felt like minutes. I didn't even move my hand to the flashlight next to me. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I found tracks. They weren't mine. Big boots again. They circled the cabin. There were 2 sets this time. One set came in from the trees, circled the cabin from the right. The other went around the left side. Then they left together, heading back the way I had seen the binocular flash. There was something else, too. Near the edge of the porch, someone had left a cigarette butt. I don't smoke. It was still fresh, not wet from rain or dew. Someone had come right up to the cabin. I packed my rifle that morning and went into the woods. I didn't want to. I was scared, but I needed to know if they were still around. I followed the tracks as best I could. They were messy, half lost in the leaves. I went about a quarter mile in and stopped when I saw something hanging from a branch. It was a shirt, a red flannel shirt, old and torn, hanging like a flag. Below it, nailed into a tree, was a square of wood with something carved into it. It looked like a symbol, maybe a deer skull. I didn't look too long. I turned around and went back to the cabin fast, trying not to run. I started making plans that day. I knew I couldn't stay there long. I had 2 weeks left, but I didn't want to risk it. The truck was still parked where I left it, but I knew it could be disabled easily. I checked it, battery intact, tires fine. I left it like that, hidden behind some brush, and kept the keys on me at all times. I didn't want to leave in a panic later. That night, I stayed up with the rifle on my lap. I didn't use the lights. I didn't sleep. I sat by the window with a tiny gap in the curtain. I watched. I waited. Around 2 a.m., I saw movement. A shape, person, walking from tree to tree. Not close yet. Then another. They were careful. I could tell. They paused between trees, like they knew how to move quietly. They were about 50 yards out, maybe more. One of them knelt down. I saw the glint again. Binoculars. They were watching the cabin. I sat still for hours. They didn't come closer. I don't know how long they stayed. The sky was just starting to turn light when I finally saw them back away into the trees. I left the next day. I packed fast. I took only what I needed. I didn't eat breakfast. I made sure the rifle was loaded and ready. I walked to the truck with my ears ringing, my head on a swivel the whole time. I got in, turned the key, and held my breath. It started. I backed up slow, then hit the trail out as fast as I could without wrecking the tires. I didn't stop driving until I hit the first real road. I kept going until I found a diner with a payphone. I called the sheriff's office in that county and gave them the cabin address. Told them something weird had happened. I didn't go into detail. I didn't want to deal with a whole investigation. I just wanted to be done with it. They took my name, said they'd check it out. I never heard back. I didn't return to that part of the state again. Ending clear and detailed. Took me a long time to sleep normally again. Even after I got home, I kept waking up at night, thinking I saw someone through the blinds. I moved my bed away from the windows. I started locking everything twice. I sold the truck and bought something newer with 4-wheel drive and better locks. I told my friends I just had a rough vacation. I didn't want to explain. How do you even say it? That you went to a quiet place to heal and ended up being hunted or stalked or whatever that was. I know what I saw. I know someone was out there. More than one person. I don't know what they wanted, and maybe that's the worst part. They didn't try to break in. They didn't threaten me. They just watched. Carefully. Patiently. That was enough. I still think about it sometimes. Not every day, but often enough that I stopped hiking alone. I never rent remote cabins anymore. I still get that feeling, too, when I'm somewhere quiet. Like someone's out there, just past the trees with binoculars in hand, waiting for me to look the wrong way. And sometimes I wonder, if I had stayed one more night, would they have come closer? I drove 8 hours straight to get to the cabin. It was deep in the mountains, past a gravel road that had almost no traffic, up a hill with barely any signal. I had rented it online for 3 weeks. The listing said it was a quiet place, great for writers or people who just wanted to get away and focus. That's what I needed. No distractions. I had been behind on my work and couldn't get anything done back in the city. I figured this was the kind of place where I could focus and maybe reset my head a bit. The drive up was exhausting. I stopped only twice, once for gas and once to grab some water and food. I had loaded the back of my SUV with supplies. Rice, canned stuff, protein bars, bottled water, coffee, and a few bags of chips. I brought a sleeping bag, even though the listing said there was a bed. I brought a couple of flashlights, backup batteries, a power bank, and even a small generator just in case the electricity went out. I didn't want to take any chances. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked just like the photos. A single-story wooden structure with a porch out front, a metal chimney, and no houses anywhere in sight. You couldn't even see the road from where the cabin sat. It was surrounded by tall pine trees, rocks, and dirt. No neighbors, no power lines, no noise except for the wind and the occasional bird. The front door was unlocked, as the host had said in the message. The key was under a flat rock beside the steps. I slid it into my pocket. Inside, it was simple but clean. Wooden walls, a small kitchen, a gas stove, a tiny bathroom, and a single bedroom. There was a large table near the front window with a chair and a lamp. That was going to be my writing spot. I turned on the light. It worked. So did the stove. Everything seemed fine. I unloaded my gear, stacked the food in the small pantry, put my clothes in the closet, and checked the place out. There was a back door that led to a small clearing and a hiking trail beyond that. The trail wasn't marked. It just looked like something made from years of deer or people walking over the same spot. There was no phone signal inside the cabin and only one bar when I stood out on the porch. That was fine with me. I had downloaded everything I needed. No internet, no distractions. That's what I wanted. The first night was uneventful. I made rice and beans on the stove, read a bit, and went to bed early. I kept the windows closed because the air outside was cold and I didn't want to deal with bugs. The only sound at night was the wind moving through the trees. I had trouble falling asleep, not because of fear, but because it was too quiet. I was used to traffic noise, sirens, and people yelling. Here, there was none of that. Just silence. Real silence. The next morning, I made coffee and sat at the table by the window. The sunlight came through the trees in long strips. I opened my laptop and started typing. I wrote for hours without stopping. Felt good. The quiet worked. Around noon, I took a break, made some eggs, and walked a little down the trail and back. It went downhill for a while, winding through trees and brush, but I didn't go too far. I didn't want to get lost. Over the next few days, I got into a routine. Wake up, make coffee, write for 4 or 5 hours, eat, rest, then maybe go for a walk or read a book. I kept the cabin clean, swept the floor every couple of days, took out the trash to a sealed bin near the edge of the clearing, and checked the water tank outside to make sure I wasn't running low. Everything was working smoothly, but on the 6th day, something changed. I was sitting at the table, writing, when I looked out the window and saw movement in the woods. It wasn't anything dramatic, just a flash of something, maybe a person, maybe not. It was about 50 yards away, behind a tree. I stared for a while but didn't see anything else. I figured it was a deer or maybe a bear, though I hadn't seen either since I arrived. That night, I made sure the back door was locked. I checked all the windows too. Everything was secure. I went to bed early again, but I couldn't fall asleep. I kept thinking about what I saw out the window. Around midnight, I heard something outside. It was faint, like a twig snapping. Then another. I sat up in bed and listened. Silence again. I told myself it was just animals, maybe a raccoon. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check if anything had been disturbed. Nothing was out of place, but I did find a boot print in the dirt near the back of the cabin. It wasn't mine. I had only walked there once and I wore sneakers. This was a deep print, probably from a hiking boot. It was fresh. The dirt was still damp from the dew. That meant someone had been back there during the night. I didn't know what to do. I had no signal in the cabin. I could go into town, but that would be an hour drive at least, and I didn't want to abandon my stuff. So I took my knife from my bag and kept it in my pocket. I also put one of the flashlights by my bed. I kept writing that day, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept looking out the window. I kept getting up to check the locks. When the sun started to go down, I cooked a fast dinner, ate without really tasting anything, and went to bed early. I turned off the lights but didn't sleep. I laid in bed for hours listening. At around 2 a.m., I heard something again. This time it was louder. Footsteps, slow ones, moving around the cabin. I didn't move. I just listened. The steps circled from the back to the front. I heard the porch creak under weight. Then silence. I held my breath for what felt like 10 full minutes. I didn't get up. I didn't even want to breathe too loud. Eventually, I fell asleep, though I don't remember when. The next morning, I checked outside. The boot prints were back. This time, there were more. Several different prints, some bigger, some smaller. At least 2 or 3 people had walked around the cabin during the night. I walked to the edge of the trail and looked into the woods. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything. That's when I noticed the camera. It was nailed to a tree about 15 feet off the ground. A trail camera. One of those motion-activated ones people use to watch deer or track hikers. It was aimed directly at the cabin. I hadn't seen it before. It blended in too well. I stared at it for a long time. I couldn't tell if it was active or if it had been there for years. I climbed the tree and pulled it down. It was active. The SD card was inside. The batteries were full. I took it inside and plugged it into my laptop. There were hundreds of video clips. Some were just trees moving in the wind. Others were birds flying by. But when I scrolled to the most recent ones, my heart started pounding. There were clips from the night before. The camera had captured several people walking around the cabin. Men, dressed in dark clothes, hoods up, faces not clearly visible. One of them had a large backpack. Another one carried what looked like a crowbar. They circled the cabin, stopped at the doors, peeked through the windows. One of them stood on the porch for 10 minutes, just looking through the front window, just watching me while I was in bed. The videos showed the same thing the night before that. And the night before that, I went cold. My hands were shaking. I ejected the SD card and broke it in half. I stuffed it in the trash and then packed my things as fast as I could. I didn't care about finishing my work. I didn't care about the deposit I had paid. I just needed to get out. But when I went to start the SUV, it wouldn't turn over. Battery was dead. I checked the generator. It was fine, but I had no way to charge the car battery from it. I didn't bring jumper cables. There was no one around. No one to flag down. No signal. I was stuck. I stayed inside the cabin all day with the knife in my hand. Every few minutes, I peeked out the window. Nothing. But I knew they were out there. I knew they were waiting. That night, I didn't turn on any lights. I sat in the dark with the flashlight off, holding the knife, listening. At around midnight, I saw them again. 3 of them this time. One stood in front of the cabin, just watching. Another one circled around to the back. The third one stood near the edge of the woods. They didn't try to break in. They didn't make any noise. They just stood there for hours until the sun came up. I didn't sleep. When it got light again, I grabbed my pack, my laptop, and the knife. I left everything else behind. I walked down the trail and back, the one that went downhill. I followed it for almost 2 hours until I finally reached a dirt road. I walked that road for another hour before I saw a car. I flagged it down. It was an old man in a pickup. I didn't say much. He dropped me at a gas station in town. I called a tow truck to get the SUV. I never went back to the cabin. I didn't report it. I didn't call the police. I didn't even leave a review on the listing site. I just erased the whole trip from my life. Deleted everything. I still don't know who they were. I still don't know how long they had been watching me. Maybe they picked that cabin because it was so remote. Maybe they had been watching people stay there for years. Or maybe it was just me they were interested in. But sometimes, late at I don't really know why I did it. I wasn't a mountains guy. I wasn't even much of a leave the city type of guy. But something had been gnawing at me for weeks. like this pressure behind my ribs that I couldn't explain. I needed to get away from the screens, the people, the sound of traffic. Everything had been building up slowly, little by little, like grains of sand inside a jar. And one day I realized I couldn't breathe. I opened my laptop and started looking for cabins. Cheap ones. Quiet, remote, nothing fancy. The one I found wasn't advertised through any major site. It was listed on a forum I barely remembered signing up for years ago. A simple post. No pictures. Just a one-paragraph description that said something like, remote, quiet, old-fashioned wooden cabin. Runs on solar, has a wood stove, creek nearby. No Wi-Fi, no phone signal. Good for writing, thinking, isolation. 3-hour hike from the road. $200/week. That last part, 3-hour hike from the road, should have stopped me right away. But for some reason, it drew me in even more. I emailed the guy. He replied with a PayPal link, coordinates, and a PDF with instructions. I wired the money. I didn't even hesitate. I was tired of hesitation. I packed light, just some clothes, a sleeping bag, a bit of food that didn't need refrigeration, my notebook, a flashlight, my pocket knife, and a small first aid kit. He'd said there was a stove, so I threw in a pack of fire starters and matches too. I left my phone in airplane mode. I figured if it didn't work out there, at least I wouldn't be distracted. I parked my car off a gravel road just past a thin metal gate. The instructions said the trail would be hard to see, but it was marked by a pile of rocks beside an old stump. I found it. It wasn't even a trail, really, more like a barely visible path that wound through thick woods. The air smelled like pine needles and moss. There was no wind. Everything felt still, almost too still, but I liked that. For the first hour or two, I thought I'd made a good choice. The hike was harder than I expected. The incline didn't look steep, but my legs were burning, and my shirt was soaked through with sweat by the time I reached the first ridge. After that, the path dipped down into a dense patch of forest that felt darker than it should have been for midday. The trees were thick and twisted. At times, I had to push branches out of my face and duck under hanging limbs. The air was damp and cooler down there. My boots squelched a little in the soft ground. I didn't pass a single person. I didn't hear any voices or distant cars. Just birds, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the sound of my own footsteps. After almost 3 hours, I spotted the cabin through a gap in the trees. It was nestled in a clearing, small and slanted, made entirely of dark, weathered wood. It looked older than I'd expected, more like something built in the early 1900s than anything modern. There was a small wooden porch out front, a rusty axe stuck in a block of chopped wood, and a stack of firewood piled against the side. A black metal stovepipe poked out of the roof. The door creaked when I opened it. Inside, it smelled like old pine, smoke, and something damp I couldn't identify. The place was small, just one room, a narrow bed frame with a thin mattress, a table with 2 mismatched chairs, a wood stove in the corner, shelves lined with dusty glass jars filled with old nails, buttons, and yellowing paper. The windows were tiny and dirty. One of them had a cracked pane taped over with duct tape. No lights, no switch, just a single lantern hanging from a nail. I dropped my pack and sat down on the bed. The springs groaned under my weight. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat. I didn't feel peace exactly, but I felt something close to quiet. I laid back and stared at the ceiling beams, trying to slow my breathing. That night, I got the fire going. It took longer than I expected, and the inside of the stove was clogged with soot. Once the flames caught, the place warmed up quickly. I sat at the table and scribbled in my notebook. Just little thoughts, nothing important. I couldn't even focus. There was a weird sound outside around midnight. Not a clear sound, just a shuffle, like someone stepping on leaves, stopping, then doing it again. I froze, held my breath, waited. It stopped, then nothing. I figured it was an animal, maybe a raccoon. Could have been a deer, but I didn't check. I just sat there for a long time, staring at the stove until I felt tired enough to lay down. The next day was quiet. I walked around the clearing. The trees grew thick in every direction, and I couldn't see far. I tried to find the creek mentioned in the listing, After 10 minutes of pushing through undergrowth, I heard the sound of running water. It was more like a stream than a creek. The banks were lined with smooth rocks and mud. I filled my bottle, boiled it over the stove just to be safe. I sat outside for a while, listening to the wind move through the trees. I tried to write more, but my thoughts felt slow, like they were covered in syrup. My stomach rumbled, and I ate a protein bar. Then some jerky. I didn't feel hungry again for the rest of the day. I just sat. I didn't want to go back into the woods. That night, the sound came back. More than once. First a crunch, then a pause, then two more. Always just outside the range of the firelight. I didn't have any curtains, so I hung my sleeping bag over the windows. The silence felt louder than the noise. By the third day, I started feeling strange. Not sick, just off. Like time wasn't moving right. Like I'd wake up and the sun would already be setting. Or I'd sit for what felt like a few minutes and hours would pass. I chalked it up to the isolation. That evening, I found something odd behind the cabin. An old metal cage, rusted and bent, half buried in the ground. It wasn't big, maybe the size of a dog crate, but the bars were thicker than any crate I'd seen. It had a padlock broken and rusted through. The dirt around it looked disturbed, like it had been dug up recently, even though it hadn't rained. I didn't like it. I walked away from it, but I kept thinking about it. Why would someone bury a cage? On the fourth night, I woke up to a loud thud outside. Not an animal sound, not like before. This one was heavy, like something large had landed or dropped near the porch. I stayed in bed. I held my knife in my hand under the blanket. My chest was tight. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I stepped outside and looked around. Nothing looked moved. No tracks, no sign of anything. But the firewood pile had a piece missing from the middle, like something had yanked one out sideways. I didn't remember it looking like that before. I walked out toward the stream again. I thought maybe I just needed some fresh air. But when I got there, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. A dead rabbit, lying on the rocks near the water. Its body was untouched, no bites or blood, but its neck was broken, snapped clean, like someone had picked it up and twisted it. It didn't look like a predator kill. I didn't drink from the stream that day. I went back, boiled what I had left, and rationed it. My thoughts started spinning. I kept thinking about that cage, that sound at night, the rabbit. I wanted to leave, but I didn't know if I could find the trail again. I followed it up once, but there were no markings, and I had no signal. If I got lost, I was really lost. On the fifth night, I didn't sleep. I sat up with the fire burning low, knife in hand. I kept hearing it. Steps, closer this time, right near the back of the cabin, then near the side window, then silence, then something tapped lightly on the wall. I sat there until the sun came up. When it was bright enough to see, I went outside. I walked around the cabin. No tracks, but the back window had a smear on it. Not a fingerprint, not quite, just a smudge like someone had pressed their palm flat against it. I touched it. It was greasy, oily. I wiped it off. That afternoon, I gathered all the firewood I could and piled it inside the door. I stacked my food next to it. I planned to stay inside the entire night. I wedged the chair under the door handle. I knew it wouldn't do much, but it made me feel better. That night, it didn't knock. It scraped. Something scraped along the wall, slowly, from one side to the other, then again. It made a sound like nails on dry wood. I thought maybe it was the wind, but the air outside was still. I didn't open the door. I didn't move. I sat in the corner with the stove behind me and waited until morning. I knew I couldn't stay another night. When the sun came up, I packed my things. I took everything. I left nothing behind. I walked toward the way I came, but nothing looked familiar. Every tree looked the same. The trail I thought I remembered wasn't there. I circled back, tried again. After 2 hours, I knew I was lost. I didn't panic. Not yet. I returned to the cabin. I didn't really plan for it to be a long stay at the cabin. It started out as just a break from work. 1 week, maybe 10 days if I really felt like staying off the grid. I was feeling burned out from everything: work, traffic, the same conversations every day, the endless noise from phones and notifications. I needed real silence, not just turning off the phone, but getting far enough away that there wasn't even a signal if I wanted it. My uncle used to own a small cabin in eastern Oregon, deep in the Blue Mountains. After he passed, the place went to my cousin, and she didn't care much for it. It wasn't fancy, just an old, one-room wooden place with no running water and no electricity except for a few solar panels that barely worked. But it was quiet, surrounded by woods and maybe 3 miles from the nearest dirt road, with a dry creek behind it and tall grass fields stretching west. It was the kind of place no one would just wander into. That's what I liked about it. I packed light, just clothes, food that didn't need a fridge, a few tools, a basic rifle for safety, and my old sleeping bag. I drove up early on a Sunday and parked where the trees got too thick for my small truck. From there, it was about a 20-minute walk, up a narrow trail, over a rise, and then down through a thick patch of lodgepole pine. The cabin was just where I remembered it from childhood. A small square structure, weather-worn, the old tin chimney still bent from the storm that hit years ago. There was a padlock on the door, rusted but still holding. I had the key my cousin gave me. When I opened it, I half expected mice or raccoons to come sprinting out, but it was cleaner than I thought. Dusty, sure, and the place smelled like old wood and dried mud, but it was solid. The floorboards creaked but didn't give. There was a small shelf with a few moldy books, a table that leaned to one side, and a stack of split logs in the corner. The window above the cot was cracked but not broken. I swept it out, set up my sleeping bag, and started the small wood stove. That first night, I didn't hear anything but the sound of wind through the trees. By the third day, I had slipped into a kind of rhythm. Wake up with the sun, boil water over the stove, hike down to the creek bed for fresh water, write a bit in my notebook, whittle some firewood, and read from one of the old Louis L'Amour books I found. I wasn't even thinking about work or the city. I left my phone in the truck, powered off. I was really sinking into the silence, and I liked it. Then, around day 4, I noticed something strange. There's a field to the west of the cabin, about 200 yards wide, where the trees open up into tall brown grass. The grass was up to my waist and soft to walk through. I've been walking out there each afternoon, sometimes just to stretch my legs or sit and look up at the sky. But that day, something felt different. It was subtle, like when you walk into a room and sense someone else just left. The air felt wrong. Not cold, not hot, just still in a way it hadn't been before. I was standing near the middle of the field, turning in slow circles, when I saw it. A man, at the far edge of the field, right where the pines began again, just standing there. He was far enough that I couldn't make out details, but close enough to see he wasn't moving. Just standing straight. No gear, no backpack, no visible reason to be there. I raised my hand, more out of reflex than anything, but he didn't react. I stood there for a minute, maybe more. Then I turned and walked slowly back to the cabin. Once I was inside, I stood by the window and looked out toward the field. Nothing. It was empty again. I stared for another 10 minutes, but there was no movement. I told myself it was just a hiker, a hunter maybe, but no hunter I'd ever seen went that deep in with no gear, no orange, nothing. I didn't see a rifle, a bow, not even a pack. That night I didn't sleep as well. I woke up 3 or 4 times and kept looking out the window. Everything was dark. No moon that night, just the faint orange glow from the stove and the sharp outlines of trees against the sky. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, I loaded the rifle and kept it next to the cot. The next morning, I tried to reset. I chopped more wood. I walked down to the creek bed and washed up. But I didn't go to the field that day. I stayed close to the cabin, kept looking out toward the trees. Nothing. Around noon, I stepped out and walked a wide circle around the cabin just to be sure. No tracks, no broken grass, no signs that anyone had been there except me. But that night, I heard something. I had just put the fire down to embers and crawled into my sleeping bag when I heard the sound of footsteps. Not animal footsteps, not the random crack of twigs or rustle of brush. These were steady, human, crunching slowly through dry leaves and grass. Coming from the west side of the cabin, right where the field was. They got closer, then stopped. I sat up, holding the rifle in my lap. My heart was hammering. The sound didn't start again. No knock on the door. No voice. Just silence. I didn't sleep at all that night. By morning, I was exhausted. I opened the door just after sunrise and walked the perimeter again. Nothing. I even walked out to the edge of the field. The grass looked normal. No trails. No prints. I scanned the tree line but saw no movement. I decided to stay busy that day. I fished in the creek, fixed the hinge on the door, patched the crack in the window with some duct tape I found in the drawer. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it. Sleep deprivation, maybe. My mind playing tricks on me. Then, that evening just before dusk, I saw the man again. Same spot, standing at the far side of the field. This time I was at the cabin, splitting kindling. I looked up and saw him, motionless again, just watching. No movement, no sign of approach, just there. I stepped inside and closed the door. Then I moved to the window, kept watching. After maybe 15 minutes, I opened the door again. He was gone. I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't just wandering. He knew I was here. He was watching, waiting. But for what? That night, I didn't turn the stove on. I didn't want the glow to show through the window. I sat in the dark, back against the wall, rifle in hand. I listened. At around 2 a.m., I heard something brush against the side of the cabin. Not footsteps this time. A slow scrape, like something dragging along the wood siding. It circled the cabin once, very slowly, then silence again. I stayed there until the sky started to lighten. I wanted to leave. I thought about it all morning, but I kept telling myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe someone else had a campsite nearby and didn't realize they were so close. Maybe a local hermit. Maybe some weirdo off his meds. But even thinking those things didn't make me feel better. What finally made me decide to leave was what I found that afternoon. I walked back out to the field, hoping to prove to myself that there was no one, that I was imagining things, that I could stand there and see nothing and get some peace. But when I reached the middle of the field, I saw something strange at the base of a tree across the way. I crossed the field slowly, watching the woods the whole time. When I got to the tree, I saw a small pile of rocks stacked at its base. 5 rocks balanced carefully. On top of the stack was a bird skull, clean, white, placed there on purpose. It wasn't there before. That's when I knew I had to go. I ran back to the cabin, packed everything in under 10 minutes. I checked the windows and door one last time, made sure I hadn't left anything, then hiked back to the truck as fast as I could. I kept looking over my shoulder. I didn't see him again, but I felt him. I felt eyes on me the whole way. When I reached the truck, the first thing I noticed was that the passenger door was cracked open. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, everything was as I left it except the glove box. It had been opened. Nothing was missing, but sitting right in the middle of the seat was a single pine cone. I didn't think. I just started the truck and drove. I didn't stop for hours. Not until I reached a gas station way down near La Grande. I stayed in a motel that night. I barely slept, even with the lights on and TV running. It's been months since then. I haven't told anyone, not really. Just wrote it all down, over and over, trying to make sense of it. But there's nothing to explain. No crime to report. No ghost story to tell. Just a cabin, a field, and a man who stood too still for too long. I haven't gone back. I won't. Not ever again. And the worst part? Sometimes when I walk through the park near my apartment or glance across the grocery store parking lot, I swear, just for a second, I see someone standing too still. I had no real reason to go that deep into the woods alone. I wasn't escaping anything. I wasn't chasing anything either. I just needed quiet. I'd been working from home for months, sitting in front of a screen all day, barely seeing daylight. Even when I walked outside, it was always the same routine. The same street, same sounds, same everything. It all started to blur. I felt like I was being smothered by repetition. so I rented a cabin. It wasn't a fancy place. It was way up in northern Washington, closer to the Canadian border than any real town. No cell reception, no neighbors, just a plain wooden cabin, some propane tanks out back, a hand-dug well, and a big wood stove in the center. The listing had described it as off-grid but cozy. What sold me was the solitude. It sat at the edge of a long mountain ridge, surrounded by forest in every direction. You had to drive in about 9 miles on a gravel road after turning off the last paved one. No traffic, no stores, just wind in the trees and the creak of old wood. I brought 2 weeks' worth of food in a cooler. I had 2 big jugs of clean water, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, a hatchet, a pistol I barely knew how to use, and some paperback books. The cabin had no electricity, just oil lanterns and the stove. I arrived in the afternoon, early enough to unload and walk around the place before dark. It smelled like old pine, with that dry, sawdust scent I remembered from my grandfather's shed. There were no signs of recent use. A thin layer of dust covered everything, and I found some mouse droppings under the sink, but nothing that made me nervous. I swept the floor, opened the windows to air it out, and started a fire. I figured I'd ease into it, read, sleep, write a little, and maybe go on some long walks. It was exactly what I wanted, at least for the first few days. By the 3rd day, I started hearing things. Not weird things, just distant things. Branches snapping, something heavy shifting in the woods behind the cabin. Once or twice I thought I heard faint thuds, like something hitting the ground hard far off in the trees. I wasn't surprised by any of it. Forests make noise. Animals move through the undergrowth. The wind plays tricks. You can drive yourself crazy if you try to explain every sound. I told myself that often. I slept light, waking up to creaks in the floorboards or a distant owl. I'd sit up in my sleeping bag, hold my breath, and wait until I heard nothing again. Then I'd lie back down and eventually drift off. But something changed on the 4th night. I had stepped out onto the small porch just before bed. The moon was nearly full, and I could see the ridge behind the cabin clearly. That was the direction the land sloped up steeply through a thick line of pine and fir, up toward a bare rock formation about 500 yards back. That was the only high ground. Everything else was trees, valleys, and darkness. I saw something move on the ridge. It was faint. I squinted, trying to make it out. It looked like a figure, just standing there. Maybe a person, maybe not. It could have been a deer or a bear or just my eyes reacting to shadows. I didn't move. I didn't even blink for a while. I stared straight at the shape, but it didn't move either. Eventually, I stepped back inside. I closed the door. I latched it. I tried to brush it off, but I kept thinking about it while lying in my sleeping bag. The shape on the ridge. It hadn't looked like an animal. It had looked like a man, just standing there, watching. The next morning, I went up there. It was around 7 a.m. The sun was low but bright. I took the pistol, the hatchet, and a bottle of water. I moved slowly up the hill, stepping around fallen logs and patches of moss. I didn't see any tracks, but I found a few broken branches and scuffed dirt that could have been from a boot. At the top, I stood on the ridge and looked down at the cabin. It looked small from up there, tucked into the trees with its little porch and rusted tin chimney. I turned in every direction, scanning the forest. There was nothing, just trees and silence. I waited, listened, nothing. I headed back down and tried not to think too much about it. But that was when the feeling started. I don't know how else to explain it. Just a feeling, like something was off, like I wasn't alone anymore, like something had shifted in the woods, something subtle. The air felt heavier. The silence felt different. I stayed busy to distract myself. I chopped some wood, cleaned out the stovepipe, read some pages, walked a few miles east down a trail that faded into the brush. But by the time the sun started to drop, I didn't feel relaxed anymore. I didn't feel like I had the whole place to myself. I felt watched. That night I couldn't sleep. Every small sound outside kept me frozen. I lay in the dark, the fire burning low. The trees outside moved just enough to rustle. At one point, I swear I heard something scrape along the far wall of the cabin. Not loud, just enough to make me stop breathing for a moment. I sat up slowly, held the pistol in my hand, and pointed it at the door. I waited like that for over an hour. Nothing else happened. I didn't sleep at all. In the morning, I walked around the cabin. I found a mark on the back wall, low to the ground, like something had been dragged across the wood. It was fresh. I hadn't noticed it before. It wasn't deep, but it was there. A thin line, maybe 4 feet long. I didn't know what to make of it. That day, I didn't go far. I stayed near the cabin, checking the edge of the woods. I didn't see anyone. I didn't see any animals, just quiet trees and stillness. It was too quiet, honestly. I hadn't even seen a bird in days. I started to think I should leave early. I had driven in on a full tank and still had plenty of gas to get out. But something inside me kept saying not yet. I didn't want to admit I was scared. Not after everything I'd been saying to myself about peace and solitude. I had come out here to get away from noise and people. I had wanted this, and yet I was terrified to fall asleep. That night, I barely closed my eyes. I started locking the door with furniture. I jammed a chair under the knob. I moved the cooler in front of the door. I kept the pistol on my chest. I stared at the ceiling for hours, and I kept thinking, what if there really was someone out there? The 6th day, I saw him. It was around 2 p.m. I had stepped out to use the bathroom in the trees like I always did. That was when I saw him on the ridge again. Same spot, standing there, not moving. I froze. He was too far to see clearly, but it was a man. I could see the outline. He was standing with his shoulders slightly hunched, arms at his sides. He didn't wave. He didn't walk. He just stood there. I raised my hand. He didn't move. I backed slowly into the trees. I moved around the cabin to the other side and waited. When I looked again, he was gone. That was it. I decided I was leaving. I packed my gear into the car. I tossed everything in: food, bedding, tools. I turned the key and heard nothing. Just a dull click. Battery was dead. I tried again. Click. It wasn't possible. I had driven in less than a week ago. The battery had been strong. The lights had worked. I hadn't left anything running. It didn't make sense, but it was real. I was stuck. I spent the 7th day pacing. I didn't know whether to stay in the cabin or try to walk out. It was over 9 miles to the nearest road. The gravel was uneven. No cell service. I had some food in my pack, but not much. If I left, I'd be gone overnight. If I stayed, I'd be waiting for someone who might never come. I chose to stay one more night, just one. Then I'd walk out in the morning. But I made a mistake that night. I fell asleep. I don't know how long I was out, but something woke me. It wasn't a sound this time. It was the cold. The fire had burned out. The inside of the cabin was pitch black. I sat up slowly. The chair I had placed under the doorknob was gone. The cooler had been moved. The door was open, not wide, just a few inches. I felt my chest lock up. I held the pistol tight and didn't move. I didn't breathe. I stared at that gap in the door and listened harder than I ever had before. There was nothing. No wind. No footsteps. But the door had been closed when I fell asleep. I waited until first light, then I left. I packed what I could into the backpack. Water, some granola bars, the pistol, a flashlight. I left the cabin door wide open. I walked fast, barely stopping. Every now and then I looked back. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. I knew I was being followed. Around mile 6, I saw fresh footprints in the dust on the road. Not mine. Boot prints. One set. Deep, recent. Headed toward the cabin. They weren't there when I came in. Whoever it was, they had come in after me. I walked faster. It took almost 5 hours, but I made it to the main road. A ranger truck drove by within 10 minutes. I drove for almost 6 hours straight before I reached the forest road. My back hurt from the long ride, and my legs were stiff from barely moving. It was late October, and the air was cool, almost cold. Trees were bare or almost bare, and the whole landscape looked like it had been drained of color. Just faded brown, gray, and dull green. I was gonna stay in a cabin I'd rented for the week. It was deep in the woods, off the grid, with no cell signal and no internet. I'd found it on a listing site that mostly had old-school hunting cabins and summer homes. I wanted peace, a break from work and the noise in my head. The cabin was small but not broken down. The roof was tin, a bit rusted, but it looked solid. The door had a deadbolt, and all the windows had thick wooden shutters that locked from the inside. It had a tiny wood stove for heat, a cot with a mattress that didn't look too bad, and a small table with 2 chairs. No electricity. I brought a solar lantern, a flashlight, and a battery pack for emergencies. There was a compost toilet in a little shed behind the cabin. No running water, but there was a rain barrel and a fire pit out front. I had enough food for a week, mostly canned stuff and dry food like oats, rice, and jerky. The first day felt normal. I unpacked, started a small fire, and heated up some chili from a can. Felt quiet, a little too quiet. I tried reading a book, but I kept looking up every couple minutes. I wasn't scared, but my brain wasn't used to the total silence. Even the wind sounded loud. Every small sound made me listen hard. It wasn't that I thought something was out there. It was just that my brain didn't know how to relax. I turned in early. I had a sleeping bag and a pillow I brought from home. I shut the shutters, locked the front door, and climbed into the cot. It was around 2 a.m. when I first woke up to a sound outside. It was a steady thumping noise. Not loud, just a repeated bump like something hitting the porch or the wall of the cabin. My heart beat faster, and I stayed perfectly still. It was pitch black, and I hadn't left the lantern on. The only light came from the dim moonlight through a crack in the shutter. The thumping sound stopped. I lay there for a long time, listening hard, but I didn't hear anything else. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep again. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. I didn't see anything unusual. The porch had some pine needles, a couple of dry leaves, but nothing out of place. I figured maybe it was a branch swinging in the wind, hitting the wall, or maybe even a raccoon messing around. I wasn't worried. I spent the morning making some oatmeal and then hiked for a few hours. There was a trail that looped around and came back to the cabin. The woods were quiet, still, and empty. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything strange. I came back around 3 p.m. and rested on the porch with a cup of instant coffee. The air was cold enough that I kept my jacket on, but it felt good to sit still and just stare at the trees. Later that evening, I made a fire in the pit and cooked a hot dog on a stick. The quiet was starting to feel a little more normal. I went to bed early again. Around midnight, I woke up to that sound again. It was that soft, steady thumping. But this time it was followed by what sounded like slow footsteps on the porch. I froze. I could hear them clearly. Step, step, step. Then silence. I sat up slowly and reached for my flashlight. I clicked it on and shone it toward the window, but the shutter was closed. I got out of bed as quietly as I could, walked to the door, and peered through the tiny peephole. I didn't see anything. I didn't want to open the door. I waited there for a few minutes. Still no sound. Then I heard the faint sound of breathing, slow and steady, close, like just on the other side of the door. I held my breath. My whole body went stiff. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there, holding the flashlight like a weapon. Then, without warning, the breathing stopped, and I heard quick footsteps walking away. I stayed there for at least 10 minutes before I even moved. Then I went back to the cot and sat there in the dark. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I saw something strange. On the ground right in front of the porch were boot prints. Clear ones. They weren't mine. They were larger and deeper, like from a heavy man. They walked up to the porch and then back down again. That's it. No prints coming from the woods. No sign of a path or anything leading to them. Just the steps to the porch and then away. That didn't make sense. I stood there for a long time staring at the ground. I followed the prints for a few feet until they just stopped, like someone walked backward in their own tracks or had been dropped from above. I couldn't figure it out. I spent the rest of the day on edge. I didn't go on a hike. I stayed close, made a bigger fire, and kept checking around the cabin. I thought about leaving, but it was a long drive back and I didn't have a solid reason. Nothing had happened to me, Nobody had broken in, but something felt off, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. That night, I kept the fire burning longer. I set up a little string with an empty can hanging from it across the porch. If someone stepped on it, I'd hear it. I also blocked the door with a chair. I knew it wouldn't do much, but it made me feel a little better. I didn't sleep much that night. At 4 a.m., I heard the can rattle, just once, then silence. I held the flashlight and sat in the dark, barely breathing. I waited. I didn't hear anything else. When the sky finally started to lighten, I went outside. The can had fallen to the ground, the string broken clean through. Boot prints again. Same direction, same size. I followed them again. This time they led to the edge of the trees and disappeared. The 5th day, I was done pretending everything was fine. I packed some stuff, loaded it into the car, but I didn't leave. I don't even know why. Maybe part of me didn't want to feel like I was running. I stayed on the porch most of the day, shotgun across my lap. I had brought it just in case, thinking I'd maybe use it if I saw a bear. But now I held it tight for a different reason. It didn't feel like an animal. It felt like a person. But who and why? That night, I didn't sleep at all. Around midnight, I thought I saw movement in the trees, but I couldn't be sure. I pointed the flashlight into the woods and scanned back and forth. Nothing. Then, just as I was about to go back inside, I saw him. A man standing between 2 trees about 50 feet away, not moving, just standing. I shone the light on him and he didn't flinch. He wore a dark jacket and jeans, and his face was pale. He didn't blink or shift. I kept the light on him, trying to understand what I was seeing. Then I blinked, and he was gone. I backed into the cabin and locked the door. I stayed up until the sun came up. When I finally opened the door and stepped outside, I saw no tracks, nothing at all, not a single boot print. I stood there, heart racing, trying to make sense of it. I knew I had seen him. I wasn't imagining it, but there was no sign. That afternoon, I made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed the last of my things and loaded the car. I locked the cabin behind me even though I didn't care anymore. As I started the engine and drove slowly down the narrow forest road, I felt some relief. The trees passed by, and the sky looked a little brighter. About 2 miles from the cabin, I saw something up ahead, a shape standing near the edge of the trees. It was him, the same man I saw the night before. Same jacket, same face, same stillness. Just standing there watching my car go by. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I just kept driving. I watched him in the rearview mirror until the road curved and he disappeared from sight. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not for a long time. I didn't go back to that cabin. I didn't rent anything from that site again. Months later, I went back online and checked the listing again. It was gone. No trace of it. I even tried to look for that road on the map, but I couldn't find it. I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe stress had messed with my head. But then, a year later, while visiting a friend in a small town up north, I stopped at a gas station. As I was coming out, I saw a man walking toward the pumps. Same jacket, same face, same pale skin and blank stare. He looked at me once, then kept walking. I got in the car and drove off without filling my tank. I haven't seen him again since then, but every time I'm in the woods or driving alone on an empty road, I think about him. I think about those prints, that silence, that face, and I wonder if I'll ever see him a third time, because I believe if I do, I won't get to leave again. I needed to get away, not for a vacation, not for fun, just away from everything. From the constant city noise, from social media, from my phone always buzzing. I had hit a wall in life. I wasn't doing well at work, hadn't spoken to my family in months, and couldn't sleep through the night anymore without waking up feeling like someone was standing over me. Not because I thought there was someone there, just stress, pure stress. My mind had become a mess, and I felt like I couldn't hold a single thought straight. So I took a week off from work, told nobody where I was going, packed my old hiking backpack, and drove north. I didn't plan anything properly. I just kept driving until my phone lost signal. I didn't want to be online. I wanted to feel disconnected from everything and everyone. I'd remembered a spot from years ago, an old cabin my uncle used to take me to when I was a kid. It was about 3 miles off a backcountry road near the Canadian border. Not on any GPS, no neighbors, no cell towers. Just trees, dirt, and silence. The cabin wasn't much. Just a single room, one bed, and a wood stove. No electricity, no plumbing, no heat unless I made it myself. The roof leaked a bit in the back corner, but it was dry enough. I figured I'd spend the first 2 days just sleeping, then maybe do some hiking, journaling, maybe write something. I had this idea in my head that I'd use the quiet to fix my mind, to get a grip again. When I got there, I was surprised the place still stood. The last time I'd been there, I was maybe 14. I walked in and could still smell the same musty old wood and cold air. There was a stack of chopped wood by the door, covered by a tarp that hadn't completely rotted yet. I checked the stove and it looked okay. A few spider webs inside. The windows were mostly intact except for one that had a crack down the side, but it wasn't broken through. I dumped my bag on the bed, opened the small cooler I brought, and set my food inside. I planned to make it last by rationing. Canned beans, bread, peanut butter, apples, trail mix, and a big jug of water I brought with me. I had a knife, a flashlight, extra batteries, and a headlamp. I didn't bring a gun because I didn't have one. That first night, I made a small fire in the stove, just enough to warm the place up. I laid back on the bed, stared at the ceiling, and just let my mind slow down. I didn't even realize how tired I was until I blinked and woke up 5 hours later in total darkness. I felt calm, more calm than I had in months. There was no sound outside, not even wind, just the occasional crack of wood inside the stove as it cooled off. The second day, I spent walking through the woods. No paths, no trails, just wandering. I tried to find the old stream I remembered fishing in as a kid, but either it dried up or I was in the wrong area. I got lost for maybe an hour, but I had my compass and eventually figured out the right direction back. The air felt fresh, crisp, clean. I sat on a rock for a long time, just watching the trees. I didn't see a single bird or squirrel, which was strange, but I thought maybe it was just the season. That night, something woke me up. Not a sound, not a feeling, just sudden alertness. I opened my eyes and stared into the darkness. The stove fire had gone out. I could see the faint outline of the ceiling in the moonlight coming through the cracked window. I stayed still for a long time, listening. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just not used to the silence. But my heart was racing. I got up, put on my boots, and stepped outside to take a piss. The cold hit me immediately, and the damp forest smell was stronger at night. I walked around the side of the cabin, did my business, and started heading back when I noticed something strange near the tree line. The ground had been disturbed. I couldn't see it well at night, but it looked like a patch of earth had been dug up, like someone had scooped the dirt out with both hands. I crouched down and touched the ground. It was fresh. The dirt was still loose. The weird part was the shape, almost a perfect oval, maybe 3 feet across. I felt uneasy and backed away. I told myself an animal must have been digging for something. I went back inside and laid down again, but didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The third day, I went back out to the dug-up spot to get a better look in the daylight. It wasn't just one spot. There were 3 now. One near the front left corner of the cabin, one out by the tree line, and one directly behind the cabin by the firewood pile. They all had the same oval shape, the same clean edges, not like animal digging. No paw prints, no claw marks. It was too smooth. I found myself checking around the area more often, walking in wide circles, looking for any sign of people. I didn't find anything. No tire marks, no boot prints, no cigarette butts, nothing. Just those strange, clean oval holes. I tried to tell myself again it was animals, maybe pigs or raccoons. I'd heard of wild pigs digging like that, but I'd never seen it look so neat. That night, I barely slept. I kept the fire going longer just to have light. I didn't want to use my flashlight batteries unless I had to. I sat up in bed with the knife in my hand and just listened to the silence. At one point in the middle of the night, I thought I heard something outside. A soft rustling, like something moving through leaves. Not fast, not slow, just steady like walking. I stayed frozen. The sound passed around the cabin slowly. I didn't move. I didn't look out the window. Eventually it stopped. When I stepped out in the morning, I found a fourth hole. This one was closer, about 10 feet from the front steps. Same size, same shape. I started thinking maybe someone was messing with me. Maybe a hunter had seen me and decided to scare me off. But how could they be that quiet? I didn't hear a vehicle, and there weren't any marks in the dirt. No sign of anyone walking around, just those smooth holes. I thought about leaving, but I was too stubborn. I didn't want to admit that I was scared. I told myself I'd stay one more night, just one. That evening, I built up the fire big, as hot as I could make it. I put a few large logs on top so it would burn slow through the night. I sat with my back against the far wall, staring at the door. I didn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard the noise again. Leaves, soft steps. This time I stood up and held the knife. The steps moved around the cabin just like before. But then I heard something new. Digging, soft scraping, repeated, like fingers in dirt. I felt my stomach twist. I took one step toward the window, staying in the shadow. I looked out and saw nothing, but the sound continued. Digging, pausing, digging again. It went on for about 15 minutes. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun came up, I opened the door slowly. The air was still and heavy. I stepped out and saw two new holes. One just a few feet from the steps. The other right in front of the window I had looked out of the night before. That's when I realized something else. Each hole was getting closer. The first had been maybe 50 feet away, then 30, then 20, now just 5. I felt a cold sweat go down my back. Whatever was doing this, it was getting braver, or more confident. I packed my things quickly. I threw everything back in my pack, slammed the cooler shut, and stepped outside. I didn't even look back. I hiked the 3 miles back to the road in record time. I didn't eat, didn't stop, just moved. When I reached my car, I tossed the backpack in the passenger seat and slammed the door. My hands were shaking. I turned the key and the engine started. I drove for hours without stopping, not even for gas until I was nearly on empty. I didn't tell anyone what happened. When I got back home, I went back to work like nothing happened. But I kept thinking about it, over and over. The holes, the silence, the feeling that something was watching me that whole time. About a week later, I got curious. I pulled up Google Earth and tried to find the spot on the satellite view. The cabin didn't show up. It was too deep in the woods. But I looked in the area nearby and found something. A large clearing in the forest, maybe a mile from where I had stayed. It was shaped like an oval, the same shape as the holes. I zoomed in. The resolution wasn't great, but I could make out faint outlines. Dozens of them, like patches of turned earth, like graves. I shut the computer and walked away. That was 5 months ago. Since then, I've changed. I sleep with the lights on. I moved into an apartment on the 5th floor. I check under my bed and behind the shower curtain every day. I don't go near the woods anymore. I can't even drive past trees without feeling like I'm being watched. But what really gets me, what makes it hard to sleep sometimes, is not what I saw. It's what I didn't see. Because those holes were too clean, too precise, not done with claws, not by animals. They looked like they were made by hands. And every night I stayed there, they got closer. I don't know what would have happened if I stayed one more night. But I think deep down I already know. And that's why I'll never go back. Not even to check. Not even to be sure. I needed a break from everything. My phone kept buzzing. Work emails, bills, news updates, everyone wanting something. I was burnt out. I wanted silence. I wanted to be somewhere where I couldn't even hear a car or a voice. Somewhere far off-grid. That's why I booked a small, plain wooden cabin deep in the forest about 5 hours from the city. No Wi-Fi, no neighbors, just me and the trees. The cabin belonged to some guy I found through a simple online post. He wasn't charging much, and from the photos it looked exactly like what I wanted, quiet, away from everything, nothing fancy. Just 4 walls, a roof, a bed, and a place to cook. He told me it was near an old hiking trail, but that the place hadn't been used much lately. I didn't care. That was the whole point. I arrived in the late afternoon. It was early autumn, so the days were getting shorter. The trees around the cabin were just starting to turn yellow and red. The dirt road leading to the place was rough, full of potholes and loose gravel, and it scraped the bottom of my car more than once. When I finally got there, I parked in a small clearing next to the cabin and turned the engine off. Right away, I noticed the silence. Not a single sound. No traffic. No humming of power lines. No voices. Just stillness. The cabin was simple. One room, a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchen setup, and a twin-size bed with an old mattress. No insulation that I could see. No fancy locks. Just a bolt on the inside and a flimsy handle on the outside. The windows were dusty. There were a few old chairs stacked in the corner and some tools leaning near the back door. There was also a crawlspace door in the floor near the kitchen, probably for storage or plumbing access. I spent that first evening getting settled. I brought my own food, cans, bottled water, instant noodles, some fruit, a small cooler with some meat and cheese. There was no fridge, obviously. I lit the stove for warmth since the temperature dipped quickly once the sun set. I didn't even bother lighting more than one lantern. I just sat there, reading an old book I brought and listening to the creaks of the wooden walls cooling in the night air. The first night was peaceful. I fell asleep quickly and stayed asleep until just after dawn. The cold woke me up, so I threw on a hoodie and made some instant coffee on the little camping burner I brought with me. Steam came off the mug as I sat on the steps outside the cabin, looking into the woods. No birds, no movement, just trees. I remember thinking how peaceful it was. I had no idea how quickly that peace would disappear. It started with small noises. I figured they were normal. Old buildings creak and shift. But this felt different. Came from underneath me. At first, I thought it was just the wood settling, maybe an animal outside brushing against the foundation. But as the second night came, the sounds became harder to ignore. It was like soft scraping, not constant, just every once in a while. Then a stop. Then again, maybe 20 minutes later. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening. The sound wasn't loud, but the kind that sticks in your brain, like something brushing or crawling against the floorboards. Not quite a scratching sound, more like dragging. I told myself it was just a raccoon, or maybe some squirrel had gotten under the cabin and was making a nest. I tried to sleep, but the next morning, when I checked around the cabin, there were no signs of animals. No droppings, no scratch marks, no disturbed dirt. The cabin sat about 2 feet off the ground, resting on concrete blocks. I walked around the perimeter. The underside was dark, but I couldn't see anything unusual. Just dried leaves and spider webs. Later that day, I opened the crawlspace door in the floor. It led to a wooden ladder and a short drop to dirt and some old pipes. There wasn't much light down there, just a small square vent letting in a bit of sunlight from the side. I didn't climb down. I just shined my flashlight for a second, saw nothing moving, and closed the door again. But that night, the noise came back. Louder, closer. It was no longer just a background noise. It was clear and direct. The same soft dragging sound, but now it moved along the underside of the cabin. I could trace it by sound, starting under the kitchen, then moving beneath the bed, then pausing. It was like something slow was crawling from one end to the other. I sat up in bed, holding still, breathing through my nose so I wouldn't make a sound. Then it stopped, for at least an hour. I eventually convinced myself to lie back down, though I didn't sleep much. Just before sunrise, I thought I heard a single knock from below. Not like someone knocking on a door, just a thud. One solid hit from underneath, right beneath my bed. That morning I got up early and walked into the woods. I didn't have cell service, but I took my phone anyway to check GPS coordinates. I wanted to make sure I could find my way out if I had to leave in a hurry. I didn't say it out loud to myself, but something inside me had already decided that if anything got worse that night, I was going to leave the next morning. That evening, I made a fire in the pit outside. I stayed out there as long as I could, not wanting to go back inside. Around 9 p.m., the wind picked up and the air turned colder. So I finally went back in, locked the door, and sat on the bed. I didn't turn the lights off this time. I left the lantern burning and kept the stove lit, even though it made the room too warm. I wanted noise. I wanted light. The dragging sound returned just after midnight. This time it didn't stop after a few minutes. Kept going. And I swear I heard it brush directly underneath where I was standing. The sound didn't come from one place anymore. It moved back and forth. Under the stove, under the chairs, under the kitchen. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the crawlspace door again. The ladder creaked as I stepped down. My hands were shaking, and I had to crouch because the crawlspace wasn't high enough to stand in. I kept the flashlight pointed low, scanning the dirt floor. I looked in every corner. Nothing. I was about to climb back up when I heard it again. Behind me, a soft scuffing sound, like something dragging over dirt. I spun around, hitting my head on a low beam. The flashlight wobbled, but I held onto it and pointed it toward the sound. Again, nothing. Just the dirt, the old pipes, and a rotted piece of plywood leaning against one wall. I stared at that plywood for a long time. Then I slowly stepped toward it. My boots made soft crunching sounds as they pressed into the dirt. I grabbed the edge of the board and lifted it. Beneath it was a shallow hole, maybe 2 feet deep, and in that hole I saw something I didn't understand. It was a bundle of cloth, old, dirty, wrapped tightly like something had been hidden in it. I knelt down and poked it with a stick. It didn't move. I peeled back one layer with the end of the stick. Inside were a pair of boots, child-sized, worn. Stuffed into them were what looked like small bones. I dropped the stick. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just backed away, climbed the ladder, and shut the crawlspace door. Then I sat in the chair by the stove and didn't move for the rest of the night. The sound below had stopped completely. At dawn, I packed my bag and left. I didn't clean up. I didn't eat. I just got into the car and started the engine. I drove back down that rough dirt road faster than I should have. Every bump made the suspension groan. I didn't care. I didn't tell anyone. Not at first. I didn't want to explain what I saw. I kept thinking maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was just animal bones. Maybe I panicked over nothing. I stayed quiet for a week. Then I looked up old news articles about the area. I found one from 12 years ago. A young boy went missing while hiking with his older brother. The body was never found. The case went cold. I sent an anonymous tip to the local sheriff's office. Just a short message and the GPS coordinates of the cabin. I never got a response. A few months later, I checked the listing where I found the cabin. It was gone, completely removed. I looked up the name of the man who owned it. No results. I looked up property records. Nothing listed under that name for that location. It was like the whole place had disappeared. I still think about the sound sometimes. That soft, slow dragging under the floor. The way it moved. The way it stopped and waited. I never went back to the woods. I still can't sleep in total silence. I leave a fan running every night now, even when it's cold. I don't know what was under that cabin before I got there. I don't know if anyone else stayed there after me. I don't know if they ever opened that crawl space. But I do know one thing. Some places should stay forgotten. Some sounds don't come from animals. And some silence isn't peace. It's warning. I didn't plan on going to the cabin that week. It just happened. My cousin was supposed to come along, but he canceled last minute because of work. I had already packed and asked for time off, so I figured I'd go alone. I thought it would be quiet and relaxing, something I needed badly. I've been burned out lately. I wasn't expecting much out there. Just some cold air, maybe a few deer, and a break from everything. The cabin was in northern Michigan, off a rough gravel road about 6 miles from the nearest town. It belonged to my uncle, who hadn't used it in years. It had no internet, no cell service, and ran on a propane tank and a generator. I had been there before a few years back, but not in the winter. I remembered the path that cut through the woods to the nearby frozen lake. I remembered how the trees stood tall and the wind got trapped between them, and how the place always had a heavy kind of silence. It was the kind of silence that made your ears ring. I got there late afternoon on a Thursday. The sun was already dipping low, and the temperature had dropped. I unlocked the door, walked inside, and everything smelled like dust and dry wood. There was no heat yet. I unpacked my bag, set up the generator, and got a small fire going in the old wood stove. It took a while for the place to warm up. The cabin had one big room with a small kitchen area and a bed tucked in the back corner. There were some old chairs, a table, and a wood rack. The windows had those thin curtains that didn't block much light, and there was a shotgun mounted on hooks above the fireplace. My uncle was old school. He always said a cabin in the woods wasn't complete without something to protect yourself. The first night was uneventful. I made instant noodles, read an old paperback I found on the shelf, and sat by the fire. The generator hummed outside. At one point, I stepped out for a smoke and felt the cold air bite through my jacket. The stars were out, and it was dead quiet. No cars, no planes, nothing. I stayed outside for a few minutes, then went back in and locked the door behind me. The next morning, I woke up early. It was still dark outside. The fire had gone out, and the cold had crept back in. I got up, added some logs, and restarted the flames. I made coffee and oatmeal and looked out the front window. Snow had started falling lightly during the night, just a dusting. The trees looked frozen in place, and everything had that soft blue color that only happens in early morning snow. I decided to take a walk to the lake. It wasn't far, maybe 10 minutes through the woods. I grabbed a flashlight, my jacket, and boots and headed out. The trail was still there, but faint. A few branches had fallen, and it hadn't been used in a while. The snow crunched under my feet. My breath came out in thick white clouds. I didn't hear anything except the occasional creak of a tree shifting in the wind. When I got to the lake, it was completely frozen over. The ice was dull white, covered in snow. I stood there for a while, just looking at it. I thought about how deep it might be and how long the ice would hold if someone walked on it. I didn't test it. I wasn't that dumb. I just stood there and took it in. Then I noticed something strange. There were boot prints on the snow near the shoreline. Not old ones, fresh. They hadn't been there yesterday. They looked like work boots, big ones, probably size 12 or 13. They came in from the woods, stopped near the shore, then went back the same way. I looked around, thinking maybe someone else had a cabin nearby, but there was nothing, just trees. I followed the tracks a few steps, but I didn't want to get too deep into someone else's business, so I turned back and walked back to the cabin. That's when things started feeling off. The whole walk back, I kept looking behind me. Nothing was there, but that heavy silence felt heavier, like something was waiting. Back at the cabin, I tried to shake it off. I ate lunch, made some hot tea, and read more of that book. But the whole time, I kept glancing out the windows. I didn't know what I was looking for, maybe just peace of mind. Around 4 p.m., I walked outside again. The sky was getting darker earlier, and the air had that sharp edge like snow was coming again. I noticed something then. There were boot prints on the side of the cabin, the same kind as the ones I saw at the lake. They didn't lead to the front door. They came around the back, stopped under the bedroom window, then doubled back the way they came. No prints leading in from the road, just around the side. I felt my chest tighten. I walked around the cabin slowly. Nothing else looked disturbed. The door was still locked. No sign of forced entry. But those prints, someone had come around while I was inside and stood under the window. I went inside, locked the door again, and shut all the curtains. I didn't have a phone signal, so calling anyone was out. I had a CB radio in the emergency kit, but it wasn't set up, and I didn't even know if it worked. I told myself maybe it was a hunter. Maybe someone lost their bearings. But why would they come right up to the window and just stand there? I grabbed the old shotgun off the hooks above the fireplace. It was dusty and cold. I checked the barrel. It was clean. There were shells in the drawer beneath it. I loaded it, set it down next to the bed, and sat in the chair facing the window. I stayed like that until the fire burned low. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every sound outside made me sit up and listen. The wind picked up. Branches tapped against the roof. I kept checking the window, waiting for a face or a shadow or anything. But nothing came. The next morning, I went outside to look around again. The boot prints had been half covered by the fresh snow, but I could still see them faintly. They hadn't returned overnight, at least not that I could tell. I decided to stay inside that whole day. I kept the fire going, cleaned up the cabin, and tried not to let my imagination get to me. But something had changed in my head. Couldn't relax. I couldn't stop thinking about those prints. And not knowing who made them or why they were there, that was worse than anything else. I was sitting by the fire after dinner, staring into the flames, when the generator suddenly cut out. Everything went dark and quiet. First, I thought it was the fuel. I grabbed the flashlight and went out to check. The tank still had enough in it. I checked the switch. Nothing looked off. Then I heard something in the woods behind the generator. Not close, just a soft crunch of snow. I froze. I turned off the flashlight and crouched down behind the shed. I listened. A few seconds passed. Nothing. Then another crunch. Then silence again. I didn't move. I just waited. After a while, I crept back to the cabin, shotgun in one hand, flashlight off. I didn't turn the generator back on. I went inside, locked the door, and lit a candle. The light flickered across the walls, and the shadows moved like they were alive. I stayed up all night again. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my stuff quickly. The snow was deeper now, but the truck could handle it. I shut everything down, threw my bag in the back seat, and locked the cabin. I didn't look back until I was halfway down the gravel road. But just before I lost sight of the cabin, I saw something in the trees. A man, not moving, just standing. He was far enough away that I couldn't make out his face, but he was watching. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I kept driving, hands tight on the wheel, staring straight ahead. I didn't tell anyone right away. I didn't want to sound crazy. But a week later, I read a small article in the local paper. A hiker had gone missing near the same area. His car was found on the side of a forest access road. His backpack was in the trunk. No sign of him. I sent an email to the sheriff's office about what I saw. They never responded. That was over a year ago now. I haven't been back to the cabin. I don't plan to, but I still think about that man in the woods. And I still wonder how many nights he stood outside that window before I ever noticed. I rented the cabin to get away from everything for a while. It wasn't for a vacation, and it wasn't because I wanted to enjoy nature or whatever people do in places like that. I just needed a break. From people, from the noise of the city, and mostly from myself. I had been working on this project for months, and I couldn't seem to make progress no matter what I tried. My head was full of static all the time. My apartment was full of distractions. I thought maybe if I put myself somewhere really quiet, totally alone, I'd finally be able to focus and get it done. The cabin was about 4 hours north of the city. I found it on a listing site. No reviews, no photos beyond the usual 2 or 3. Just a plain wooden structure in a clearing, surrounded by trees with a gravel driveway leading up to it. The ad mentioned a working heater, running water, and decent Wi-Fi. That's all I needed. I booked it for 8 days. The price was cheap, and the owner didn't ask for much beyond basic ID and a deposit. I packed my old SUV with everything I thought I'd need. Groceries for more than a week. Bottled water just in case. Laptop, notebooks, chargers. A sleeping bag even though the cabin had a bed. I even brought some basic tools and a hunting knife I had bought a few years ago and never used. I didn't know why. It just felt like something I should have. The drive up was long and quiet. Once I got off the main highway, I barely saw another car. The trees got thicker, the roads narrower. My GPS stopped working about 20 minutes before I got to the place, but I had written down the directions just in case. When I pulled into the clearing and saw the cabin in real life for the first time, it was exactly what I expected. A small, one-story structure made of dark wood, with a metal roof and a porch that sagged a little on one side. There was no garage, just the gravel area to park. The trees around the cabin were tall and close, some just a few feet from the side walls. The place looked like it had been sitting there for decades. I went inside with my bags. The interior was basic but clean. One main room with a couch, a little kitchen area with a gas stove, and a bedroom with a single bed against the wall. The bathroom was small but had hot water. The windows were all shut tight. There were curtains, but they were thin and didn't fully cover the glass. The floors creaked when I walked. The Wi-Fi worked, surprisingly. Not fast, but good enough to check emails or upload files. I didn't plan to do much of that anyway. I unpacked, set up my laptop on the kitchen table, and went through a few checklists I had made. What I wanted to write, what I wanted to avoid. Then I made some coffee and sat on the porch as the sun went down. That first night, I slept okay. It was cold, but I had the heater running and slept in a hoodie. There were forest sounds all around, branches creaking, maybe some animal footsteps, distant howls or barks, but I expected that. I reminded myself I was alone, that no one knew I was here, and that was the whole point. The next morning, I got to work. I wrote for hours. At lunch, I made eggs and toast and kept going. I didn't check my phone much, didn't listen to music. The silence helped, or maybe it was just the change of place. That night, I sat on the porch again, eating from a can of beans, watching the trees go dark. The second night is when things started to feel off. I woke up around 2 a.m. for no clear reason. My room was quiet, and the heater was still humming. I lay still for a minute. Then I heard something on the porch, soft, like a creak, maybe the wind pushing the boards. I stayed still. Then another creak and another, slow, even. I got up and walked to the window that faced the front porch. The thin curtain barely helped. I moved it aside and looked through the glass. I couldn't see much, just shadows, trees, and the edge of the porch, but something felt strange, like someone had just been there or still was. I stood there for a long time, barely breathing, waiting, but I saw nothing. Eventually I went back to bed, trying to tell myself it was just a raccoon or something. I didn't fall back asleep for a long time. The next morning, I walked around the porch to look for signs. Claw marks, droppings, whatever, but there was nothing. The boards didn't look like they'd been disturbed. Everything was dry. I told myself again it had just been my imagination. I made coffee, opened my laptop, and forced myself to keep working. That afternoon, I went for a short walk into the woods behind the cabin, just to stretch my legs. I followed a faint path through the trees and found an old rusted fire pit and the remains of a treehouse or platform, halfway fallen into the underbrush. It looked like no one had used it in years. The woods were quiet, except for birds and the occasional rustle in the leaves. I walked for maybe 30 minutes before turning back. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. One of my boots had been moved. I had left them both right by the door inside, beside the heater. One of them was still there. The other was about 5 feet away, lying on its side behind the couch. I stood there for a long time just staring at it, trying to think if I had done it without realizing. Maybe I kicked it without noticing. Maybe it slid. But the cabin floor wasn't sloped, and they were heavy boots. I picked it up, looked at it, nothing strange. I set them both together again, this time a little further in, and kept working. That night, I kept the porch light on. I woke up again, around the same time, 2 o'clock or 3 a.m., and again I heard something outside. This time it sounded different. Not the porch, but around the side of the cabin. Something brushing against the wall. I sat up and listened. Then I heard what I can only describe as footsteps in the leaves. Not fast, just soft crunching like someone walking slowly. I didn't go to the window. I didn't want to. I stayed in bed under the covers, holding still. Eventually, the sound faded. I don't remember falling back asleep. The next day, I started feeling something I hadn't felt before. Paranoia. I didn't want to go outside. I kept glancing at the windows. I checked the lock on the front door 5 times in an hour. I barely got any writing done. My hands were shaking, and my focus was gone. I walked around the inside of the cabin, looking for signs. Anything. Nothing was broken. Nothing was missing. But I couldn't shake the feeling. Then I saw something that made my heart stop. There were handprints on the bedroom window. Not mine, not from the inside. On the outside of the glass, smudged into the condensation from the cold night air. 2 handprints, not full ones. Just the palm and some fingers, like someone had leaned against it or peeked in. I stood there frozen for I don't know how long. I didn't take a picture. I didn't clean it. I just backed away and locked the bedroom door from the inside. Not that it would help. I sat on the bed, trying to make sense of it. No one was supposed to be here. The nearest neighbor, according to the owner's map, was almost a mile away. There were no cars, no voices, no trails, no reason for anyone to be out here. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with the knife in my hand, the porch light on, every inside light off. I stared at the windows. I kept thinking I'd see a face or a shadow. I didn't, but I heard sounds again. More footsteps, more creaks. At one point, I swore I heard someone whispering from behind the cabin, but I told myself it was wind through the trees. It had to be. I thought about leaving, but it was 3 a.m. in the woods, with no cell signal and no one nearby. I didn't want to drive down those narrow roads in the dark. I told myself I'd leave in the morning. When the sun finally rose, I packed everything in less than 10 minutes. I didn't make breakfast. I didn't clean up. I didn't even check under the bed. I just stuffed everything in the car and locked the cabin door behind me. Then I saw something that still makes my stomach turn. On the far side of the clearing, maybe 10 feet into the woods, there was something hanging from a branch. It was one of my shirts. Not just any shirt. A white one I hadn't even unpacked. It had been in my duffel the whole time. Now it was hanging there, stretched by the sleeves across a branch like someone had draped it carefully. I stood there, staring at it, my heart pounding. Then I got into the car and drove. I didn't stop for hours. I didn't look back. I still don't know what happened out there. I emailed the owner once, a few days later. Just said I had left early and asked if anyone else had access to the cabin. He replied with one sentence, "No one has access but you." I never got charged extra for leaving early. He never asked questions. I never went back. I still think about it sometimes. The shirt, the handprints, the boot, the sounds at night. I know what I felt. I know I wasn't imagining it. Someone was out there, watching me, maybe more than one night, maybe the whole time. I haven't told anyone. Not really. It sounds stupid when I try. People always want some kind of ending, a clear explanation, a villain, a face. But there wasn't one. All I know is that I went to the woods to be alone. And I wasn't. I went to that cabin to finish a project that had been dragging on for too long. I work as a freelance writer, mostly for technical blogs and instruction manuals. I had taken on a big job for a company that wanted a full guide written for a new piece of software. It wasn't the most exciting work, but it paid well and I needed the money. The only problem was that I couldn't focus. Living in the city meant there was always something going on. Noisy neighbors, loud traffic, constant notifications. I thought getting away for a while might help me reset. I found the cabin through a website that listed private rentals. It was in a remote part of the state, up north, close to a lake and surrounded by woods. The pictures made it look peaceful. Just a small wooden structure with a basic kitchen, a desk, a bed, and a bathroom. That was all I needed. It had no Wi-Fi and the cell signal was weak, which was perfect for what I wanted. I booked it for 3 weeks, packed up my laptop, some food, warm clothes, and hit the road early one Monday morning. The drive was long but quiet. Once I left the main highway and turned onto smaller roads, I saw fewer cars. Eventually, I reached a dirt road that led deep into the woods. There were no street signs and barely any tire tracks. I drove slowly, trying not to damage my car on the rocks and potholes. After about 20 minutes of bouncing along the path, I saw the cabin. It looked exactly like the pictures, small with faded wooden siding, a short porch out front, and a green metal roof. There was no one else around. I parked beside it, got out, and stretched my legs. The air smelled like pine needles and damp soil. It was quiet in a way I wasn't used to. No sirens, no honking, no buzzing electronics. Just wind through the trees and birds somewhere in the distance. I unlocked the front door using the code the owner had sent me and stepped inside. The cabin was simple but clean. The front room had a desk under a window, a table, a chair, and a small couch. A doorway led to the kitchen and the bathroom was just off that. The bedroom had one window and a basic wooden bed frame with a mattress and 2 pillows. There was a space heater in the corner and a stack of firewood just outside in a covered bin. The place had power from a generator out back and water from a nearby well system. I unpacked slowly, checking each drawer and corner like I always do in a new place. Nothing unusual. I spent the first couple days settling in. I went for walks in the woods during the day, taking photos of moss and branches and weird-looking mushrooms. I'd make coffee in the mornings and eat simple meals. At night, I read old books I brought with me or wrote in my notebook. The cabin didn't have much insulation, so the cold settled in quickly after dark, and I often stayed wrapped in a blanket while I worked. By the 4th day, I really got into the writing. Without the internet, I was forced to rely on downloaded documents and outlines I had already prepared. I worked for hours at a time, only stopping to eat or stretch. The peace and quiet really helped, and I started making real progress for the first time in weeks. Then one night, something odd happened. I had been writing most of the evening and had the space heater running beside the desk. Around 10 or 11, I stood up to go to the bathroom. As I stepped out of the room, I noticed that the back door, the one leading from the kitchen to the woods, was unlocked. I was sure I had locked it earlier. I remembered doing it because I had gone out to get more firewood after dinner and came back in shivering. I even remembered checking the latch. It was slightly open, maybe half an inch. I stood there staring at it for a moment, then slowly pushed it shut and locked it. I walked around the cabin checking the other windows and doors. Everything else was still locked. I told myself I must have forgotten, that I thought I locked it but didn't. That kind of thing happens when you're distracted. But I still felt off after that. That night, I left a light on in the main room, something I hadn't done the first few nights. I lay in bed listening to the wind outside, thinking I might have heard footsteps crunching in the woods, or maybe branches snapping. I knew animals lived out there. Deer, raccoons, maybe a fox, but my mind wouldn't let it go. The next morning, I found boot prints in the dirt outside the back door. They were clear, more clear than I wanted to see. It had rained slightly overnight, just enough to soften the ground and make the footprints stand out. They were not mine. I wore hiking shoes with a flat tread. These prints had a deep, heavy sole with a crosshatch pattern. They came right up to the back door and then turned around. I followed them a little. They led around the cabin and back into the woods. Then they disappeared among the fallen leaves and pine needles. I just stood there staring at them. There were no neighbors nearby. I hadn't seen a single other person since I arrived. I didn't even have cell service strong enough to make a call. I could send texts if I stood in the right spot outside, but that was it. I went back inside and locked everything again. For the rest of the day, I couldn't concentrate. Every time I heard a branch snap or leaves rustle, I froze. I kept checking the windows. At one point, I thought I saw movement in the trees, but it was hard to tell. My eyes were probably playing tricks on me. That night, I kept the lights on again. I dragged a chair in front of the door and wedged a broom handle between the knob and the floor. I didn't know if it would do much, but it made me feel better. I didn't sleep much. Every sound outside seemed louder than before. The next morning, there were more footprints. This time, they were on the front side of the cabin, near the porch. The same boot tread, just closer this time. They went up to the window near the desk where I had been working, then back down into the woods. My stomach dropped when I saw them. Someone had been watching me. I started pacing. I couldn't call the police with no service. I didn't even know if they would come this far out. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the project still wasn't finished, and I didn't want to lose the paycheck. Plus, leaving now meant driving through rough forest roads, and I wasn't confident about making it out in one go without sunlight. I told myself again that it might be a hiker, maybe someone curious, but the tracks were too deliberate, too close, too frequent. Whoever it was, they were coming back. I started taking precautions. I moved furniture in front of the windows at night. I blocked the doors. I stayed up later listening. I made a note of every strange sound. I kept a knife from the kitchen under my pillow, even though I wasn't sure I could use it if I had to. 3 days passed like this. Each morning, new prints appeared in different places. Once they circled the cabin. Another time, they stopped right in front of the firewood bin, like the person had been watching me while I went out to grab logs. I barely ate. I didn't write. I just waited. On the 11th night, I woke up to a creaking sound. It wasn't loud, but it was inside the cabin. My eyes snapped open, and I lay perfectly still. The air heater had turned off, and everything was quiet except for the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps on wooden floorboards. Not outside, inside. I stayed in bed, holding my breath. The knife was still under my pillow. My heart pounded in my ears. I tried to figure out where the sound was coming from. It wasn't near the door. It was closer to the kitchen. A few soft steps, then nothing. I slid out of bed, keeping low. I clutched the knife and crept to the bedroom door, then stopped. I didn't want to open it. I didn't want to see what was out there. I stood there for what felt like an hour, not moving. Eventually, I heard the sound of the back door creaking open again. Then a thud, like someone stepping outside onto the porch. Then silence. I waited until the sky started to lighten before I moved. When I finally stepped out, everything looked the same. But the chair I had put in front of the door was moved. The broom handle was on the floor. I packed everything in less than 10 minutes. I didn't even eat. I shoved my laptop, clothes, and notebooks into my bag, threw it in the car, and drove. The dirt road felt longer this time. I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see someone running after me. I didn't stop until I hit the main road. Even then, I didn't relax. I never went back to that cabin. I never even told the owner what happened. I finished the writing job from a motel a few towns away. I kept all the notes and the photos of the boot prints. I still look at them sometimes. People ask why I don't go on writing retreats anymore. I usually say I just work better at home. But the truth is, I can't forget the sound of those slow footsteps inside the cabin. I can't forget the feeling that someone watched me every day from the trees, that they waited for me to fall asleep, that they were inside the same walls as me maybe more than once. I never figured out who it was or what they wanted. They didn't steal anything. They didn't leave a message, but they knew I was there, and they were careful, too careful. And I can't shake the feeling that if I hadn't left when I did, something worse would have happened. Something final. I never liked the idea of being completely alone, but that's exactly what I ended up doing that fall. I was burned out, stressed, and mentally drained from the city. I was a mechanical engineer by trade, and after nearly 8 years working in the same place with only short breaks here and there, I finally decided to take a full 3 weeks off. My manager had been pushing me to take the time anyway, saying I hadn't used any of my PTO in years. So I found a place up north, a simple wooden cabin deep in the woods of Montana, about 45 minutes from the nearest town by car. I wanted silence. No neighbors, no traffic, no buildings. Just trees, air, and the feeling of being away from everything. And that's exactly what I got. I found the place online. Some guy's old hunting cabin that he rented out now and then. He lived about an hour away. It wasn't fancy. 1 floor, small front porch, single bedroom, bathroom with a weak shower, and a kitchen with an old propane stove. No Wi-Fi, no cell reception. Power came from a small solar setup on the roof that could barely keep the fridge and a few lights running. That first week was peaceful. I read books I hadn't touched in years, cooked basic meals, went on walks through the forest trails nearby, and slept earlier than I ever had before. The air was fresh, cold in the mornings. Nights dropped to the 40s, but the little wood stove in the living area kept the place warm. I chopped logs in the afternoons and kept a growing pile stacked neatly against the sidewall. Every little task, gathering kindling, sweeping the porch, filtering water from the rain barrels, felt like a slow return to something real, something solid. I didn't see anyone that first week. Not a single person. No cars. No distant engine sounds. Just the occasional bird, the crack of branches in the wind, and once or twice the rustling of what I assumed was a deer near the edge of the clearing. The cabin sat maybe 40 yards from the treeline. The gravel path that led to it twisted off an old forest road, and after maybe 2 miles, it turned to pure dirt. I parked my car near the porch and didn't touch it for days. The keys stayed in a small wooden bowl on the kitchen counter, along with my phone, which was useless out here. It was the beginning of the second week when things changed. I remember it clearly because I had made pancakes that morning and was sitting on the porch with a cup of black coffee, watching the trees shift gently in the wind. It was around 9 a.m. That's when I saw the man. He wasn't close. He was standing maybe 70 yards away, near the trees on the western edge of the clearing. At first, I thought I imagined him. He was just standing there, not moving, facing me, too far away to see clearly, but close enough to know it was a person. He didn't wave, didn't call out. He just stood there. I sat still, unsure of what to do. I squinted, tried to make out details. Dark jacket, some kind of hat, maybe a beard. He stood for maybe 10 seconds, then turned and walked back into the woods. Gone. I waited a while longer, staring at the spot. Nothing. No movement. Just trees again. I didn't go after him. Something told me not to. He hadn't done anything threatening, but something about the way he stood there, silent, not trying to approach, unsettled me. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was a local hiker. Maybe he got turned around. Maybe he didn't want to disturb me and just kept going. But even then, I knew in my gut that wasn't it. That kind of thing doesn't happen out here. This place was way too isolated. People didn't just show up in clearings like that. And they sure as hell didn't stand still and stare before vanishing back into the forest. For the rest of the day, I felt off. I stayed around the cabin, did small chores, checked my surroundings more often than usual. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the man, where he came from, why he didn't say anything, if he'd come back. The next morning, I checked around the edge of the clearing. I walked slowly toward where I had seen him, scanning the ground for footprints. I found a few, faint impressions in the pine needles, heavy boots, pointed toward the cabin. Then they turned just like he had, deeper into the forest. I followed the prints for maybe 20 yards before they disappeared completely. The ground hardened up a bit, and the pine litter was thicker. I stood there for a while, turning in place, trying to sense anything out of the ordinary. It was quiet, too quiet. That day, I kept a hatchet by the front door. I wasn't paranoid, not yet, but I started to prepare, just in case. I checked the locks on the cabin. They worked, but they were old. I found a metal rod in the shed out back and cut it down to use as a brace for the front door. The windows were small but still possible to break through, so I moved a few pieces of furniture in front of them at night. Nothing crazy, just small precautions. 2 days went by. Nothing happened. I started to relax again. Maybe it really had just been some harmless passerby. Maybe he was a hunter, or someone lost. Then I saw him again. It was late evening. I had gone outside to get more wood for the stove. As I bent down to grab a few logs, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. I froze, turned my head slowly. There he was again, this time on the opposite side of the clearing, the eastern edge, closer this time, maybe 50 yards. Same posture, same quiet stillness. Watching, my heart thumped hard in my chest. I stood there holding 2 logs, staring back. Again, no movement, no waving, just watching. After maybe 5 or 6 seconds, he turned again and slipped back into the woods without a sound. I dropped the logs and went inside, locked everything, turned on every light I had, sat by the stove with the axe on my lap. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time a branch creaked or wind shifted, I flinched. I thought about leaving the next morning, but something stopped me. Pride, maybe. Stubbornness. I told myself I'd stay one more night, and if anything else happened, I'd pack up and drive out. Morning came. Nothing. The day passed. Still nothing. But when I woke up the next day, I found something strange. There were boot prints on the porch. Clear ones, muddy, leading up to the door, then back down. I had swept that porch clean the day before. I knew exactly how it looked. These prints hadn't been there the night before. I would have seen them. Someone had come during the night, walked right up to the door, maybe even stood there for a while, then left. I checked the windows. Nothing broken. I looked inside the kitchen. The keys were still in the bowl, but something felt wrong, like someone had been in here, even if they didn't take anything. I opened every cabinet, checked every drawer, looked under the bed, under the couch, inside the tiny bathroom. Nothing, but the feeling wouldn't leave me. Couldn't eat, couldn't think clearly. Every time I looked out a window, I expected to see that man standing in the trees again. I made the decision to leave. I didn't care about the last week I had booked. I just wanted to get out. I packed fast, stuffed everything into my bags without folding, dumped my food into the cooler, took only what I needed. I had the car packed in under 15 minutes. When I went to grab my car keys from the kitchen bowl, they weren't there. I froze. I checked the counters, the table, the floor, my bags, every pocket. They were gone. I tore the cabin apart, dumped my clothes out, flipped cushions, opened every drawer 3 times. Nothing. I went out to the car and tried the door. Locked. I hadn't locked it before. I never locked it out here, but now it was locked. The keys were gone. That's when I knew I wasn't just being watched. Someone had come in while I slept, or maybe while I was outside. They had been inside the cabin, close, within feet of me. I had been asleep with a stranger in the same space. I grabbed the axe and sat in the corner of the living room, facing the door. Every creak in the walls felt louder. Every gust of wind became a whisper. I sat there for hours. No food, no drink, just waiting, thinking, replaying everything in my head. When darkness fell, I didn't light the stove. I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't want whoever it was to know where I was inside. I sat still, completely silent, in the dark. That night, I heard something outside. Slow footsteps on gravel, then on wood. The porch. Someone was out there. I didn't breathe. I gripped the axe tighter and stared at the door. The footsteps stopped. I waited. Minutes passed. Then I heard it. The slow sound of the door handle being tested. Gently, turned once, then again. Not yanked, not forced, just tested. Like someone was checking if I had remembered to lock it. Then nothing. No footsteps leaving. No sounds at all. Just silence. I didn't move until the sun started rising. When light finally filled the room, I stood, legs aching, and slowly opened the front. I had been feeling burnt out from work for months. The noise, the meetings, the city traffic, the blinking computer screens. Everything was starting to blur together. I wanted a break that felt like a true reset. No phones, no emails, no deadlines. Just silence. I went online and looked for a place that felt completely cut off from everything. I wasn't looking for a resort or some overdone Airbnb. I wanted something raw and distant. I found a small cabin listed on a local classifieds website. It wasn't on the usual vacation rental platforms. Just a single photo of a small wooden structure with a sloped roof and a hand-dug fire pit out front. The post said it was about 70 miles from the nearest town, on a private parcel of land up in the foothills near an old logging route. No electricity, no cell service. Wood stove for heat, propane for cooking, and a well out back with a hand pump. Sounded perfect. I paid in advance, got the directions emailed to me, and took time off from work. I packed simple things: canned food, bottled water just in case the well was dry, sleeping bag, extra clothes, a heavy flashlight, spare batteries, a hunting knife, and a large bag of firewood. I brought a simple first aid kit, a notebook, and a few books to pass the time. I also had an old solar battery charger I used for emergencies. I planned to stay 4 nights. It was early October when I went. The trees were just starting to turn gold and orange, and the air had that clean, cold bite to it that I'd missed. The drive was long and quiet. The paved road ended about 40 miles in, then it turned to gravel, and finally to a single dirt lane that twisted uphill for miles through thick pine and spruce. It was already late afternoon by the time I found the clearing where the cabin stood. It was smaller than I expected, just a single-room structure made from weathered logs, with a heavy door and one little window on the side. The fire pit looked like it hadn't been used in months. There was no sound except the wind in the trees and the slow creak of the trees rubbing against each other. I got out, stretched my legs, and walked around the cabin. It backed up against a steep incline, with trees climbing higher behind it. No other buildings or structures in sight. I unpacked and took everything inside. There was a cot with a thin mattress, a table made from sawn planks, and a small stove near the far wall with a stack of chopped logs beside it. The air inside smelled like dry wood and dust. It was cold, but clean. I lit the stove, unpacked my gear, and boiled a can of chili on the little propane burner that sat beside the sink. The well pump worked. I was surprised. The water tasted metallic but was cold and clear. I made a fire outside and sat for a long time watching it burn, wrapped in my jacket and listening to nothing but the occasional bird call or rustling branches. When the light faded completely, I went inside and locked the door from the inside with the metal latch. I slid my knife under the mattress, mostly out of habit. I grew up around the woods and always kept it nearby. That first night was cold, but peaceful. The wind blew hard at times, making the trees groan and sway, but I was tired and fell asleep quickly. The next morning, I made oatmeal and coffee on the stove. I spent the day walking through the woods behind the cabin. I didn't go far, just explored the area and noted landmarks so I wouldn't get turned around. I saw deer tracks in the soft earth and one set of what looked like bear prints, old and half-faded. I kept my eyes open but never saw anything alive bigger than a squirrel. I felt good, calm, alive again. That night, things felt a little different. I was sitting outside after dinner, letting the fire die down. It was darker than the night before. No moon, the kind of black that you could fall into. I was used to woods, but this night had a kind of weight to it, like the trees were pressing closer. I heard something in the distance. It wasn't loud, just a sharp snap of a stick. Then quiet. I thought maybe a deer. I kept listening but didn't hear it again. I waited another 10 minutes before putting the fire out and going inside. I latched the door and went to bed. I didn't fall asleep as fast. I lay there with my ears open, listening to the wind, listening for any sound that didn't belong. Just before I drifted off, I thought I heard something heavy press against the door. It wasn't a knock or a slam, just weight, like something leaned against it. But I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't move. I stayed still in bed, listening. After maybe a minute, I heard nothing more. I fell asleep sometime after that. The next morning, I opened the door and looked around. There were no tracks. The ground outside was packed dirt and pine needles. Not easy for footprints to stick unless it was muddy. Still, I thought I'd at least see something. But there was nothing. I told myself it was the wind or my imagination. Maybe a branch fell and hit the door. It had been a long week before this trip, and maybe I was still wound up. I ate breakfast and decided to walk further that day, heading east behind the cabin and climbing a ridge that overlooked the forest. I walked for a couple hours, saw more deer trails, a few birds, and eventually a small dry creek bed. I followed that for a while before looping back. On my way back, something strange caught my eye. I passed a spot I knew I hadn't seen on the way out, a large flat rock surrounded by disturbed earth. It looked like someone had dug a shallow pit and filled it back in again. It wasn't old. The dirt was loose and fresh. No leaves had fallen on top of it. There were small boot prints around it. Not shoes, not big heavy boots like mine, just narrow ones, too small for me. No tire marks, no cart tracks, no tools lying around. I stood there a long time, staring at that patch of earth. The wind moved the trees and the sun was still high, but for some reason, the back of my neck felt cold. I didn't touch it. I didn't dig into it. I just turned and made my way back to the cabin faster than before. I kept looking over my shoulder every few steps. Nothing followed, but I didn't like that feeling. I didn't make a fire that night. I locked the door early and stayed inside, eating cold food from a can and checking my knife every 15 minutes. That night, I heard something again. Started just after midnight. A slow shuffle across the dirt. It circled the cabin once. I could hear it clearly, the dragging of something over dry needles and leaves. Not quick, just deliberate. Then it stopped at the door. Again, just pressure. Not knocking, just a quiet push against it. I held my breath and didn't move. The latch held. I stayed like that, frozen, for what felt like an hour. Eventually, the sound moved away. No running, just slow movement until it was gone. The next morning, I opened the door carefully and looked around. Still nothing. No tracks. The pine needles looked undisturbed. I walked around the cabin twice, checking everything. Then I found something behind the cabin, just near the base of the hill. More loose dirt. A second spot that looked like it had been dug and filled in. I didn't get close. I didn't want to know what was in there. I went back inside and packed everything. I couldn't stay another night. The idea of being out there again, not knowing who or what was walking around at night, was too much. I loaded up and locked the door behind me, even though it didn't matter anymore. I started the truck and drove back down the trail. It took hours to get back to the main road. I didn't stop until I was 2 towns away, in a cheap roadside motel with a vending machine and a lit parking lot. I didn't report anything. I didn't know what to say. There were no signs of a break-in, no damage, no theft. But someone had been out there, watching, moving at night, digging holes. I didn't want to be involved. I was just glad I left when I did. Weeks later, I looked up the area online. I found a few old news reports about missing hikers in that same region, dating back 10 or 15 years. None of the cases were ever solved. Most were chalked up to getting lost or falling into ravines. But one report caught my eye. A hunter had gone missing 6 years ago. His truck was found near the base of the same logging trail I'd driven up. No blood, no sign of struggle, just gone. I never went back to the woods alone after that, and I still don't know what was under those piles of dirt. But I have a strong feeling they weren't just holes. They were graves. I was 34 when I decided to take a break from everything. I had been living in the city for years, working long hours in an office that always felt like a cage. Every day looked the same. Gray mornings, loud streets, coffee cups, emails, the glow of my computer screen, and the same 4 walls. After going through a rough breakup and months of poor sleep, my head started to feel heavy all the time, like I had static in my thoughts, like my mind needed to be unplugged and reset. I didn't want therapy, didn't want any pills, didn't want to talk about it. I just wanted silence. So I went online and started looking at rentals in remote areas. I didn't want a fancy resort or a bed and breakfast. I wasn't looking for a vacation. I was looking for stillness. I came across this listing for a small off-grid cabin about 4 hours north of where I lived. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no electricity. A little wood stove, a bed, a table, a chair. That's all I needed. The pictures showed a dark wooden structure deep in the forest, surrounded by thick trees and not much else. It was located just off a dirt trail, and according to the listing, the nearest town was about 30 minutes away by car, if the roads were clear. I booked it for 2 weeks. I packed my stuff a day before the trip: clothes, a few canned goods, a small gas burner, a lantern, a flashlight, books, a solar battery pack for emergencies, a pocket knife, and a couple notebooks. I had no plans to do anything while I was there. I just wanted to eat, sleep, write if I felt like it, and maybe take a few walks. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going, just that I was heading up north to a rented cabin and that I'd be off the grid for a bit. My brother asked if that was safe, and I told him I'd be fine. I wasn't worried. The drive up was long but peaceful. The farther I got from the city, the quieter things became. The buildings turned into farms. The farms turned into forests. By the time I turned off onto the dirt road that led to the cabin, I hadn't seen another car for miles. The road was rough and narrow, with branches scraping the sides of my car as I moved forward. I drove slowly, trying not to pop a tire or run into anything. After what felt like 20 minutes on that trail, I saw it, the cabin, tucked into a clearing among tall, dark pine trees. It looked even more isolated than the pictures. I parked in a small patch of dirt beside the cabin and got out. The air was cool and fresh. The forest around me was dense. I could hear the wind moving through the leaves, the distant caws of crows, and nothing else. No people, no hum of traffic, just nature. I stood there for a minute, letting it sink in. I remember thinking, this is exactly what I needed. The cabin was small and dark, with a metal roof and a little porch. The front door creaked when I opened it. Inside, the air smelled like wood and dust. There was one small window on each wall. A single bed pushed against the far corner, covered with a wool blanket. A wood-burning stove near the door. A narrow table with one chair. A couple shelves with firewood stacked neatly beneath them. It was simple, quiet, and empty. Perfect. I unpacked and settled in. It took me a while to get the wood stove going, but once I figured it out, the heat started to spread through the room. I boiled some water, made tea, and sat at the table. I didn't do much else that first day. Just explored the clearing a bit, walked around the perimeter of the trees, and made sure I knew how to find the road again if I needed to. The trail leading in was mostly straight, but it curved just enough to make the cabin invisible from the road. I liked that. I liked the feeling of being hidden. That night, I slept better than I had in months. The silence was unreal. No cars, no shouting, no upstairs neighbors. Just the sound of the fire crackling and the occasional rustle of branches outside. I didn't wake up once. The next few days passed slowly, and I liked it that way. I took long walks in the woods, made simple meals, wrote in my notebook, and sometimes just sat on the porch for hours doing nothing. My thoughts began to feel lighter. My chest wasn't tight anymore. Even the headache I'd had for weeks started to fade. I began to feel more like myself again. But things started to feel off on the 5th day. It started with something small. I was out walking a narrow deer trail about a mile from the cabin when I noticed a tree with bark stripped off in several long vertical lines. At first, I thought it might have been from a bear, but it didn't look right. The marks weren't deep, and they were strangely even, almost too clean. There were 4 lines about shoulder height. I stood there staring at it for a while, then kept walking. The next morning, I found a small stone sitting in front of the cabin door. It wasn't there the night before. It was smooth, gray, about the size of a golf ball. I figured maybe an animal had moved it, or maybe I just hadn't noticed it before. I kicked it aside and didn't think much of it. But the next day, there were 2 stones. One was the same smooth gray type, and the other was darker, rougher, slightly bigger. Both placed side by side in the exact same spot, right at the edge of the wooden steps that led to the porch. That made me pause. I looked around the clearing. The trees stood still. The wind was light. I didn't see any animals. I didn't hear anything but the birds and the wind. I picked up the stones and tossed them into the woods. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about the stones, about how carefully they had been placed. I told myself it had to be animals. Maybe raccoons, maybe something else. But I had never seen any animals near the cabin, not even squirrels. And still, I tried to convince myself there was nothing strange going on. The next morning, I opened the door and found 3 stones, lined up in a neat row, different shapes and sizes this time, but all placed with clear intent. I remember standing there, staring at them, trying to think of any logical reason this could be happening. I tried to brush it off again, but I felt something in my stomach then, something I hadn't felt in a long time. Dread. That tight feeling that tells you something is wrong before your brain can explain it. I walked around the cabin, checked the windows, the firewood, the edge of the clearing. Nothing looked disturbed. No tracks, no signs of animals, no movement. I felt like I was being watched, but when I looked around, everything looked normal. That day, I didn't leave the clearing. I stayed close to the cabin, kept my knife in my pocket. I didn't want to admit it to myself yet, but I knew something was off. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed up with the lantern on, listening, watching. Around 2 or 3 a.m., I heard something. Footsteps, slow, soft, but deliberate, in the leaves, moving around the cabin. I froze. Every hair on my body stood up. The sound circled once, then stopped near the back window. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just sat there, heart pounding, listening. Nothing. After maybe an hour, I finally got the courage to peek through the window. No one was there. The next morning, I opened the door to find 4 stones. One of them was shaped like a triangle. I didn't throw them this time. I left them where they were. I didn't want to touch them. I stepped over them and walked toward the car. I decided I'd leave. But when I got there, I found that the tires had been slashed. All 4, not torn by rocks or branches. Slashed deliberately, deeply, cleanly, like with a knife. That's when it hit me. This wasn't random. This wasn't nature. Someone was out here. Someone who knew I was alone. Someone who wanted me to stay. I went back to the cabin, locked the door, and sat there trying to calm down. I had a solar charger, but it barely had enough juice to send a signal. I couldn't get a connection. I was too deep in the woods. No cell service. No bars. Nothing. I took the knife and kept it next to me at all times. I stopped going outside after dark. I started sleeping during the day and staying awake at night. Every night I heard movement outside. Footsteps, breathing, sometimes soft tapping on the window. One night, I found a line of sticks arranged in a perfect circle behind the cabin. No footprints, no tools, just the circle, and in the center, another smooth stone. I never saw who was doing it, not once, but I knew they were watching me. I started marking the days in my notebook, counting down until the 2 weeks were over. I figured I'd walk to the road if I had to, but I didn't want to risk it unless I absolutely had to. I was too scared of running into whoever it was out there. On the 12th night, I heard something different. Not just footsteps, digging, slow, steady digging. I looked through the back window and saw movement near the tree line. A figure, a man. He wasn't wearing any lights. He wasn't using tools, just crouched down, digging with his hands. I stayed frozen for hours. By the time the sun came up, he was gone. But in the place where he had been, there was a hole, about 6 feet long, about 3 feet wide, a shallow grave. That morning, I grabbed my pack and left. I didn't care about the I rented the cabin in early October. I had found it on a site that listed quiet off-grid rentals for writers, artists, and people who just wanted to disappear for a while. I needed that. I had been behind on a book I'd been working on for over a year, and I thought I just needed time away from the noise of the city, the constant buzz of social media, and the pressure of people asking me how close I was to finishing. The listing was simple: a 1-bedroom wooden cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, about a 20-minute drive down a gravel road off a small highway. No neighbors, no power lines, no cell signal. It had a small fireplace, a well out back for water, a propane stove, and a solar panel for charging basic electronics if needed. There was no Wi-Fi. I didn't care. I was going there to finish the book. I arrived late in the afternoon on a Thursday. The drive from the city had taken almost 10 hours. The sun was low in the sky when I pulled into the clearing where the cabin stood. It looked exactly like the pictures. Weathered wood, a green metal roof, a little porch with an old rocking chair, and a narrow chimney poking out the side. It sat on a small hill, surrounded by dense woods. The trees were mostly bare already. Burnt orange leaves covered the ground, crunching under my boots as I walked up. The key had been left under a loose stone by the front step, just like the owner told me in the email. The lock clicked open easily, and the door creaked when I pushed it open. The inside smelled like dry wood, with a hint of smoke and something a little earthy, like the place hadn't been used in a while. Dust floated in the air where the sunlight hit through the small windows. I took a few minutes to walk through the place. It was small, one main room with a fireplace, a table, a wooden chair, a shelf with some books and cooking pots, and a tiny kitchen area. There was a single bedroom off to the side with a twin bed, a dresser, and a little window facing the trees. The back door led to an outhouse about 20 feet behind the cabin, just barely visible through the trees. I unpacked my bag and set my laptop on the table. I didn't plan on using it right away, but it felt like I needed to mark my spot. Make it real that this was now where I lived, at least for the next few weeks. That first night was quiet. Too quiet. I wasn't used to it. In the city, even late at night, you always hear something: sirens, cars, people yelling, music. Here, there was nothing. Just the occasional rustle of wind through dry trees and the popping sounds from the fireplace. I went to bed early. My body was tired from the drive, but my mind was still wired. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, watching the dim glow of the fire flicker through the crack in the door. The cabin creaked and settled the way old wood does. I told myself it was nothing. It was just an old structure reacting to the cold. Around midnight, I thought I heard something outside. It sounded like footsteps on the leaves, not just random crunches like an animal or wind. These had a pattern, a slow, steady pattern, like someone walking. I held my breath and strained to hear. Then it stopped. I stayed frozen in bed for a long time, but nothing else happened. In the morning, I told myself I had imagined it. I had been on edge from being in a new place, from the isolation, and from my own guilt about not writing anything yet. I made coffee on the stove, sat at the table, and tried to start working. The screen stared back at me. The cursor blinked like it was mocking me. The second night was colder. I chopped some wood that afternoon, getting used to the swing of the axe. The trees seemed to stand silently and watch me. Every time I paused to wipe sweat from my forehead, I caught myself looking over my shoulder. Again that night, I heard the footsteps, closer this time. They circled the cabin once, slow and deliberate. I didn't move from my bed. I lay under the blanket, my ears focused so hard they almost ached. The steps eventually stopped near the front porch. Then nothing. The next morning, I stepped outside carefully, looking around. The leaves were disturbed. There were impressions in the ground. I knelt and looked closer. They weren't clear boot prints, but they were too big and spaced out to be a raccoon or fox. It looked like someone had walked around my cabin. I tried to stay rational. Maybe it was a hunter passing through. Maybe someone from the nearest town had wandered close. I told myself not to panic. I spent the day writing. I forced myself to stay at the table, typing slowly. I barely got 1,000 words done, but it was something. I started locking the doors now, even during the day. The back door had a sliding bolt. The front had a heavy latch. That night, I dragged a chair in front of it just in case. The footsteps returned. This time, I didn't just hear them. I saw movement outside the window, a shape barely visible. I kept the fire low so the light wouldn't shine through the glass. The figure stopped right by the window. I saw the outline of a shoulder, a head, the curve of an arm. Then it backed away slowly. I didn't sleep. I stayed awake with a knife in my hand, my back to the wall. Morning finally came like a release. I stepped outside and found the same patterns. Disturbed leaves, impressions, and something new. A small pile of rocks was stacked on the porch. 6 stones neatly balanced. I hadn't put them there. That day, I hiked half a mile out to where I could get a weak cell signal. I called the cabin owner. No answer. I left a voicemail saying I thought someone was messing around the property and asked if anyone else had access. I never got a reply. I didn't want to leave. Sounds stupid now, but I had finally started writing. The fear was feeding the story. I was writing better than I had in months. I just kept telling myself I'd stay one more day, then maybe one more after that. One morning, I woke up to find the front door open. I swore I had locked it. The chair was still in place, but the latch was undone. Nothing seemed to be missing, but something had changed. I could feel it. The air in the cabin was different, like someone had breathed in it. I checked my laptop. It was fine. But later, when I opened my file, I found an extra paragraph I hadn't written. It was just a sentence repeated over and over. 10 lines of it. I see you, over and over. I copied the file to a USB stick and erased the sentence. My hands shook while I did it. I checked the solar panel, it looked fine. But the idea that someone had been in the cabin, touched my things, typed on my laptop, made my skin crawl. That night, I didn't light the fire. I sat in the dark with a flashlight and waited. Around midnight, the door handle moved. I heard it. A click, a creak. It stopped when it hit the chair I had pushed against it. Then silence. Then slow footsteps walking away. I ran to the window and looked out. Just as my eyes adjusted, I saw the figure again. A man, average height, wearing dark clothes. He wasn't running. He was just walking slowly back into the trees. The next morning, I packed up everything. I was ready to leave, but when I went to start my car, I saw that all 4 tires were slashed. I lost it. I screamed, kicked the gravel, threw my bag back inside. I thought about walking out, but it was a long way through thick woods and dirt roads. I didn't know which way would get me back to the highway fastest. I spent the day with a hatchet in my hand. I didn't eat. I just stood by the window and watched. That night, I heard him again. He didn't try the door. He walked around the cabin slowly, dragging something metal across the side. A screeching sound that made my teeth hurt. The next morning, I found a dead squirrel on the porch. Its head was missing. Its body was nailed to the wall. I was done. I took my backpack, stuffed the essentials in it, my laptop, USB stick, a flashlight, some snacks, and I left on foot. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I used the sun to guide me west, guessing that the highway was in that direction. It took me 6 hours to find help. I reached a gas station, dirty, exhausted, shaking. They let me use the phone. The police drove me back to the cabin, but by then, it was clean. No dead squirrel, no footprints, no stacked rocks, no marks on the walls, nothing. They didn't believe me. They said I was alone, isolated, stressed. Maybe I had imagined it, but I knew what I had seen, what I had heard. I never went back. The book is finished now. Did well. People say it feels real, like it came from a place of truth. I don't tell them where it came from. I don't talk about the cabin. But sometimes I still check the listing site. The cabin is still there, still available, still listed as empty. I had been planning the trip for months. I wanted to be alone, really alone, away from everything. Phones, people, noise. I'd been burned out for a while, working long hours at the office, barely sleeping, barely eating right, just running on coffee and stress. So when a guy I knew from a fishing group online posted about a remote cabin he owned up in the mountains, real isolated, deep in the woods, barely on the map, I messaged him right away. We weren't friends, just online acquaintances, but he said he wasn't using it for a few weeks and gave me the green light to stay. He even mailed me a rough paper map because there wasn't any cell service up there and the roads didn't show up right on GPS. It was late October, right before the temperatures started dropping heavy. The trees were turning orange, yellow, and brown. Hunting season had just started, and I was aware of that, but I wasn't planning on wandering off the trails or dressing like a deer, so I figured I'd be fine. I packed food for a week, brought extra fuel, warm clothes, and a few books. My plan was to hike, sit by the wood stove, maybe write a little, just rest my mind. The drive was long, about 5 hours north from my place, then another hour down winding dirt roads once I left the main highway. The deeper I went, the more I lost contact with the world. I watched the signal bars on my phone disappear one by one until it was just a blank screen. That made me a little nervous, but it was also what I'd wanted. Complete peace. No one texting me about work or bills. Just trees, sky, and silence. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, the sun was dropping low behind the hills, casting orange light through the bare branches. The cabin was small but solid, old, built from thick logs, with a slanted roof and a metal chimney. There was a tiny porch, a couple of wooden steps, and a padlock on the door. The key had been mailed to me in a little envelope with the map, and it clicked open without a problem. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and dust. Everything was simple: one bed, a little kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, a shelf with some old books, and a big cast iron stove in the corner. There was no electricity, but the solar lanterns I brought lit the place up just fine. The windows had thick curtains, and the front door had a deadbolt that worked smoothly. I brought my bags inside, started a fire in the stove using the stacked wood and kindling left behind, and heated up a can of stew on the gas burner. I felt good, tired, but good. That first night, I didn't notice anything strange. I read a little, sat by the fire, and went to bed early. It was the next morning when things started to feel a little off. I woke up just after dawn, which wasn't surprising. Sunlight came through the gaps in the curtain, and there were no sounds to block it. No cars, no people, no humming appliances, just wind and trees. I stretched, got dressed, and stepped outside to breathe the cold morning air. That's when I saw the tracks. Boot prints. Deep, wide, and fresh. They came from the tree line and went straight to the porch steps. Then they turned and walked back the way they came. I stopped and looked at them for a while. They weren't mine. The prints were larger, deeper, and the tread didn't match my boots. I hadn't seen or heard another vehicle out there. The area was remote, way off any main path. It was hunting season. Yeah, but who the hell would walk that close to someone's cabin and leave without knocking or saying anything? I tried not to overthink it. Maybe it was another hunter just curious, checking if the place was occupied. Or maybe someone used to passing by the cabin, not realizing it was in use this time. I looked around the woods, but nothing moved. No sound but the wind through the leaves. Still, I stayed close to the cabin that day. I made coffee, chopped some wood, and took a short hike down one of the trails that looped back around. I wore a bright orange vest just in case. Every so often, I stopped and listened, but I didn't hear gunshots or see anyone. Just birds and wind. That night, I locked the door tight, shut the curtains, and put a log in the stove. I tried to read, but my mind kept going back to those tracks. Something didn't sit right. If it was just a hunter, why get that close? Why turn around and leave without doing anything? I kept telling myself it was fine, but I felt like someone had been watching the cabin. I went to bed early again, but didn't sleep well. Around midnight, I thought I heard a crunch outside, like a stick snapping underfoot. I sat up and held my breath. The stove was dying out, and the cabin was quiet. I waited a minute, heart pounding, and then got up to peek through the curtain. There was nothing, just black trees and the pale moonlight on the clearing. I stared for a while, then went back to bed. The next morning, I saw more boot prints. New ones, circling the cabin this time. Same tread, same size, deeper in the soft dirt and leaves. Whoever it was had come back during the night and walked around the whole place. I could clearly see the path they took, starting from the woods, looping around the back of the cabin, and returning to the trees. I crouched down to get a better look and saw something that chilled me. One of the prints had a smear next to it, like someone had crouched there, maybe watched from that spot. I felt uneasy the whole day. I didn't leave the area. I brought in extra wood, kept my knife on me, and made sure the door and windows were secure. I kept checking the edge of the woods, half expecting to see someone standing there. But no one ever showed. That night, I stayed up late. I kept the fire going and turned off the lantern so I could look out the windows. Around 2 a.m., I finally saw something. A light moving slowly through the trees, like a flashlight or a headlamp. Not bouncing like someone hiking, more like someone creeping. I watched it move closer, weaving through the trees, then vanish behind a thick line of brush maybe 50 yards away. I didn't see it again. I didn't sleep that night. In the morning, I walked out with my hatchet and checked the tree line. I found more prints, fresh again. They came closer this time, almost to the back window. The same tread, always the same. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a radio, no cell service. I couldn't just drive out in the middle of the night on those rough roads. I decided I'd leave the next morning, even though I had days left on the trip. It wasn't worth it anymore. That evening, I packed up what I could and got things ready. I left just enough out to make breakfast and coffee. Then I set up a chair facing the front window and sat with my flashlight and my knife, just waiting, watching. It was around 1:30 a.m. when I heard it. Soft footsteps on dry leaves. Very slow. Not an animal, not a deer. Something walking on 2 feet. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The steps circled the cabin. I heard them stop at the back wall, near the window. Then nothing. Just silence. I sat there, heart hammering in my chest, for what felt like an hour. Then I heard a faint scrape, like a fingernail or knife edge against the wooden wall. It lasted a second. Then more silence. I didn't dare get up. I sat there until the sun came up. When daylight finally came, I went outside with my hatchet and checked the area. On the back wall, right under the window, I saw a small scratch. A single mark, straight and thin, cut into the log. It hadn't been there before. That was enough for me. I threw everything into the truck, didn't bother organizing, just shoved it all in. I drove fast, bouncing over the rough road, praying I wouldn't get stuck or pop a tire. When I got to the main road and finally saw the signal bar return on my phone, I felt my lungs finally loosen up. I never told anyone. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? Someone walked near my cabin a few nights in a row? There was no crime. No one had broken in or stolen anything. But I knew something wasn't right. I think someone knew the cabin was empty most of the time. Maybe they used it. Maybe they lived near there in some shack hidden off the grid. Maybe they watched people who came to stay, waited for them to leave, or maybe waited for something else. I've never gone back. I never asked the guy who owned it if he'd seen anything strange. I didn't want to know. I just deleted the map and threw away the key. But sometimes at night, I still think about those prints. The way they came and went. The way they circled the place. The way the person never knocked, never said a word, just watched. And I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed one more night. I didn't plan to spend that week alone. That's how it usually starts, I guess. Things don't happen how you expect. I had taken time off work, 6 days straight, and the idea was just to get away from everything. I'd been going through a rough patch, a breakup that turned bitter, a fallout with one of my closest friends, and a job that was quietly eating away at my energy. I wasn't looking for anything dramatic. I just wanted some time alone, some time to breathe. I had rented a small, off-grid cabin in the hills of western Pennsylvania. It sat near an abandoned rock quarry, surrounded by trees and a shallow stream that ran down a slope behind the place. I found it on an old listing site that still had photos from over a decade ago. The reviews were old too, but they all mentioned how quiet it was, how remote. That's what I wanted. Peace. Just trees and water and the smell of wood smoke. I was trying to go back to something simpler. I brought everything I thought I'd need. Canned food, bottled water, matches, firewood, a sleeping bag, and a camp stove. There was no power in the cabin, no plumbing either. That didn't bother me. I had stayed in worse conditions while hiking. This wasn't supposed to be hard. It was supposed to be quiet. The place was a simple one-room structure. A raised wood floor, a cot in the corner, a dusty table with 2 mismatched chairs, and a rusted-out wood stove with a short pipe chimney. The walls were thin, but the roof looked solid. It didn't feel haunted or creepy when I got there. Just old. Forgotten. It had clearly been used over the years, probably by hunters or people like me who wanted to disappear for a few days. My first day was easy. I unpacked, stacked firewood inside, made a small fire to warm the room, then walked around the clearing. There was an old trail leading off toward the edge of the woods, and I followed it for a while before heading back. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything except birds and the faint rustle of wind through the leaves. At night, it dropped colder than I expected, but I bundled up in my bag and slept all right. It was the second day when I started noticing the first weird thing. When I stepped outside in the morning, I saw faint tire tracks in the dirt path leading into the clearing. They were fresh, fresher than mine. I remembered the exact route I drove in, and I would have seen them if they were there yesterday. These weren't from my car. They were thinner, probably from a dirt bike or small ATV. They hadn't been there the night before. I was sure of it. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the tracks. They didn't lead all the way up to the cabin. They stopped maybe 20 feet from the tree line, as if whoever it was just came up to the edge, turned around, and left. It made me feel uneasy, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was someone passing through the area. The land wasn't technically private. There were no signs. Maybe they thought it was just an empty clearing. Still, I kept looking toward the trees for the rest of the day. I didn't wander far from the cabin. I stayed inside more than I'd planned, reading the same book over again, boiling water for instant coffee even though I wasn't thirsty, just trying to keep myself busy. At night, I made the fire smaller so the glow wouldn't leak through the windows. I don't even know why. Something in me felt like I should stay hidden. On the third day, I woke up to a strange noise. Not loud, just odd. It was early, still dark outside. I looked at my watch, 5:12 a.m. The sound had come from behind the cabin, a scraping or dragging sound. I thought maybe it was a deer. There were signs of them all around. But this sound was slow and steady, and it came from too close, from right behind the back wall. I didn't move at first. I just listened. It went on for about 10 seconds, then stopped. I waited for another minute. Nothing. I sat up in my sleeping bag, pulled on my boots without tying them, and slowly stepped toward the back window. It was covered in grime, barely transparent. I wiped it with my sleeve and tried to look out. There was nothing, just the slope of ground that led down toward the stream. The water reflected faint moonlight. The trees were still, but I noticed something else. There were marks in the dirt, long ones, maybe 2 or 3 feet long, like something had been dragged from the back of the cabin toward the slope. I couldn't tell what made them. It didn't look like a person walking. There were no footprints, just 2 lines parallel, spaced about a foot apart. It looked wrong. I didn't go outside. I stayed inside the rest of the morning watching that window. Around 9 a.m., I finally stepped out. The marks were still there. They went about 20 feet toward the trees and just stopped. No pile of wood, no dropped bag, nothing. Just the trail. I followed them until I reached the edge of the woods, then turned back. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every little sound felt sharper. The wind, the creaking of the wood stove, the slight shift of tree branches outside. My flashlight sat beside me, and I kept waking up to grab it and shine it around the room, even though I didn't see anything. On the 4th day, something changed. I left the cabin around mid-morning to look around the trail again. I hadn't seen anyone for days, no vehicles on the road, no planes overhead, just silence. I walked maybe half a mile down the trail, kicking rocks as I went. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. There was a shirt hanging from a low branch, a long-sleeve flannel shirt, faded red and black, just hanging there, limp like someone had forgotten it. But the thing that got me was that it looked new, not weathered or dirty like something abandoned months ago. I went closer, and I saw the cuffs were buttoned. The collar was intact. No holes, no sun damage. It looked like it had been put there on purpose. I didn't touch it. I backed away slowly and walked back to the cabin faster than I should have. The entire time, I kept expecting to hear someone behind me, but it was dead quiet, just my own footsteps on the dirt. That afternoon, I moved my car from where I had parked it along the tree line up closer to the cabin. I didn't want to be far from it anymore. I kept the keys in my coat pocket. That night, I didn't make a fire. I didn't boil water. I sat inside with the flashlight and tried not to think. At around 2 a.m., I heard something again. Not from behind the cabin this time. From the front. From the dirt road. It was faint at first. A soft, crunching sound. Then a metallic click. Then nothing. I turned off my flashlight and moved toward the table. I crouched down and waited. My heart was pounding in my ears. After maybe 2 minutes, I saw a faint movement outside the front window. A shape, just a dark outline, maybe 30 feet from the cabin. It didn't move like a deer. It stood too still, too upright. Then it was gone. I stayed awake until sunrise, barely breathing. When I finally stepped outside, I found something that nearly made me fall over. There was a pile of stones on the porch. Small ones, stacked neatly in a pyramid, maybe 8 or 9 inches tall. They hadn't been there the day before. I was sure of it. I looked around in every direction. Nothing. No tracks, no signs. Just that strange little pile. I kicked it over. The 5th day was the worst. It rained that morning. Cold, miserable rain that turned the dirt into sludge. I stayed inside with the stove going, reading the same pages over and over again. Around 1 p.m., I decided I'd had enough. I started packing my things. I didn't care that I had paid for 6 nights. I didn't want to be there anymore. Something was wrong. I couldn't explain it, but I could feel it. I loaded my bag into the car and was about to get in when I saw something in the woods. A figure, Not close, but not far either. Maybe 50 yards out, near the same trail where I'd seen the shirt. Just standing there. It wasn't moving. It wasn't waving. It was just watching. I got in the car and turned the key. The engine didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Just a clicking sound. The battery was fine when I moved the car yesterday. I hadn't left the lights on. I checked. Everything was off. I got out and opened the hood, heart hammering, hands shaking. I didn't see anything obviously wrong. But then I noticed the battery cable. It had been cut. Clean cut. Not frayed. Not chewed by mice. Cut with something sharp. I stepped back from the car and turned to look at the trees. The figure was gone. I went back inside the cabin, bolted the door, and stayed there the rest of the day. The rain kept falling. I kept checking the windows. That night I heard footsteps, soft, slow, around the backside of the cabin. I turned off my light. I held a hatchet in my hand. The sound moved from one side to the other, circling. Then it stopped. I didn't sleep. At sunrise, I opened the door and stepped outside with the hatchet raised. No one was there. I walked around the cabin, checked the woods, then went back to the car. I didn't know what else to do. Then I noticed something new. In the mud near the stream, there were footprints. Bare feet. Human. The prints weren't deep, like someone just stood there for a... I never liked being around people too much. The noise, the rush, the endless need to be polite. That's why I said yes when the department offered me a solo assignment deep in the northern forest range. I worked part-time doing maintenance and repairs for Forest Service equipment, weather stations, trail sensors, cameras, solar panels, that sort of thing. That summer, they said one of the old remote weather stations wasn't transmitting data properly, and they needed someone to hike in and stay for a few days at the nearby service cabin while fixing it. The cabin was old but solid, they said. There was no cell service, but I'd be given a shortwave radio. No big deal. I'd get paid for the full week even if I finished early. I took the job. I thought it would be peaceful. A break from the city, a chance to read, walk, sleep, and work quietly without interruptions. I didn't expect any trouble. The cabin was located 12 miles off the last usable dirt road, buried deep in the woods with no proper trails leading to it anymore. They gave me a map marked with the coordinates, and I had to park my truck at a ranger gate, then hike the rest of the way in with my gear. It was mid-June, warm during the day, cool at night, mosquitoes everywhere, the usual. I had a backpack with tools, food, water, and basic supplies. I also carried a lightweight rifle, something I always brought when working in bear country. Not that I had ever needed to use it before. The hike was hard but not terrible. I followed an old game trail most of the way. Everything was green and dense. Pines and birches, ferns up to my knees. The sun stayed low in the sky most of the day, filtered through the leaves, and the only sounds were birds, bugs, and the occasional rustling in the brush. When I reached the cabin late that first afternoon, it looked just like I remembered it from the training photos. A plain wooden structure, single story, one room with a covered porch, built decades ago but still standing. The walls were dark from weathering, the roof had some moss growing on it, and the whole thing leaned slightly to one side. There were a few cracked windows, but nothing dangerous. It was dry and functional inside. I set down my pack, opened the shutters, and unpacked. I unrolled my sleeping mat in the far corner, set up a small folding table near the window, and then tested the shortwave radio. It worked, although the signal was weak. Outside, about 100 yards behind the cabin, was the weather station. A thin metal tower with a wind sensor, some antennae, and a set of solar panels. I did a quick check before dark. The panels were dusty and the wiring had clearly been chewed through by rodents or squirrels. A few sensors were dangling loose. Nothing I couldn't fix. I went back inside and made a simple dinner from a can, ate it cold, and sat on the porch watching the sun go down. That first night was uneventful. I slept lightly, waking up often to the sound of the woods. Branches cracking, owls hooting, small things moving through the underbrush. Normal forest stuff. It didn't bother me. I was used to it. The second day I got to work early. I cleaned off the solar panels, climbed the tower, and resecured some of the loose equipment. I replaced the wires with fresh lines from my supply kit, taped and sealed everything, and double-checked the charge readings. Everything looked better. I went back inside around midday to check the radio signals again. The station was transmitting now, though it was spotty. Still, it was good progress. After lunch, I took a walk down a narrow gully behind the cabin to collect some fresh water from the creek. The air was cool there, and the ground was soft. I found some animal prints in the mud, deer mostly, maybe a fox or two. On the way back up, though, I thought I saw something off to the left about 50 feet through the trees. Just movement, a flicker of shadow. Could have been anything, an animal running or a breeze pushing a branch. But I stood there a while, holding my breath, listening. I didn't hear anything unusual. Still, I kept the rifle over my shoulder the rest of the way back. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. I kept thinking about that movement in the woods. I told myself it was just nerves, maybe a coyote, but I couldn't relax. The air felt heavier that night. Still, I eventually drifted off, rifle next to my mat. Sometime around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. It wasn't from a sound, I just snapped awake. My eyes opened wide and I was staring at the ceiling. The room was dark, with only a faint moonlight coming in through the window. I stayed still, listening. Then I heard something. It was soft, a kind of dragging sound, from outside, like someone walking very slowly across dry leaves and dirt. Not stomping, just dragging. One foot, then the other. Drag. It stopped. I sat up slowly and looked at the window. I couldn't see anything. I didn't hear it anymore either, but I didn't lie back down. I just sat there for almost an hour watching the window, waiting to hear it again. Nothing came. In the morning, I walked around the cabin carefully. I checked for prints. The ground was covered in pine needles and dry brush, so it was hard to tell. I didn't see anything clear. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been close during the night. I worked on the station again that day, fine-tuning the signal, adjusting the antenna direction. But my mind kept drifting. I kept glancing over my shoulder. The woods were quiet, too quiet. I didn't hear birds most of the afternoon, just silence. I skipped lunch. My stomach felt tight. Before sundown, I locked everything up and pulled the shutters closed. I usually liked having them open for light and air, but I didn't want to feel exposed. I even blocked the small window with a blanket. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in a chair, fully dressed, rifle across my lap. The forest stayed quiet again. No dragging sounds this time, but the silence made it worse. Even the wind had stopped. By the fourth day, I was ready to leave. The job was basically done anyway. The station was transmitting and the battery was charging. I could file the report once I got back. I packed everything before noon and swept the floor just out of habit. I took one last walk down to the creek, and that's when I noticed it. About 15 yards downstream from the usual spot, there was something tangled in the bushes near the water. I almost missed it. It looked like torn fabric. I walked over and pulled at it. It was a piece of a blue flannel shirt, faded and ripped. I turned it over. The edges were frayed and stained. Not blood, just dirt, maybe, but it looked old. I looked around more and found a cracked water bottle and a piece of torn rubber, like from a hiking boot sole. I stood there for a long time. Who had left this? A hunter? A lost hiker? Maybe someone from years ago? The forest didn't give up answers easily. I put the shirt in my pack just in case and hiked back to the cabin. I double-checked everything, shut off the backup batteries, sealed the food containers, cleaned the table, locked the tool chest. I was ready to go. Then, just as I was stepping off the porch to start the hike back to the ranger gate, I saw something on the tree across from the cabin. A mark. It was faint, at eye level. 3 shallow cuts in the bark, about 4 inches long each. Not random. They were 2 evenly spaced. I walked up and touched them. They looked recent. The sap hadn't even dried yet. I looked around slowly. Every direction was the same: trees, underbrush, dense growth. But now I felt watched. I didn't see anyone, but I knew someone had been near. The hike back took me longer than it should have. I kept hearing things in the woods, soft snapping twigs, a quick rustle. Once, I thought I heard breathing just behind me, and I spun around with the rifle raised. But there was nothing I could see. I kept walking faster now. I didn't stop for water. I didn't stop at all. When I reached the truck just before sundown, I slammed the door shut and locked it. I sat there with my hands on the wheel, staring ahead, waiting for something to move in the rearview mirror. Nothing did. I started the engine and drove all the way home without stopping. I filed my report the next morning, omitting the details about the shirt, the cuts on the tree, and the strange sounds. I didn't want questions. I just said the repairs were successful and the signal was back online. The department accepted it, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The dragging sound, the shirt, the movement in the woods, the silence. I started digging into the cabin's history. I found an old report from 15 years ago about a missing hiker in that area. A man in his late 30s, last seen entering that stretch of forest alone. Never found. They searched for days, then gave up. I never found out his name, but I still wonder if the shirt was his. I haven't taken a solo assignment since. I still work for the department, but I only do jobs near roads now. I don't go into the deep woods anymore. Not alone. Not after what I felt out there. Whatever was in that forest wasn't a ghost. It wasn't magic or fantasy. It was real. It had weight. It had sound. I don't know what I was expecting when I drove out to that old cabin in the woods last fall. I guess I just wanted a break from everything. Work, people, traffic, city noise, all of it. Life had felt too loud, too cluttered. I needed some quiet, something simple, something that felt real again. The cabin wasn't mine. It belonged to my friend Mark's uncle, and he let people use it when it wasn't being rented out. No cost, just needed to bring your own food and not destroy the place. Sounded perfect to me. The cabin was 3 hours north from the city. The last 30 miles were dirt roads, winding through thick pine and fir trees. My phone lost signal about halfway in. I didn't mind. I was planning on turning it off anyway. I just wanted to sit by the wood stove, read a book, and maybe go for some walks in the forest. I brought food for a week, filled up the gas tank, packed extra clothes, a flashlight, and all the basic stuff. I was trying to be smart about it. I thought I was prepared. When I finally got there, it was late afternoon. The cabin looked even more remote than I imagined. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall trees, with a gravel drive that ended in front of a wooden porch. The place looked worn but solid. Dark wood siding, one chimney, green tin roof. The windows were small. There was a single solar panel mounted on a post nearby, which powered a few dim lights inside and a little electric pump for the sink. No running hot water, though. There was an outhouse about 20 yards behind the cabin. It was old but clean enough. I brought everything inside, set up my stuff, and started a fire in the wood stove. There was a big stack of split logs on the porch, and the stove worked great. I had dinner, just canned soup and bread, and spent the evening reading. The cabin felt safe that first night, just peaceful and quiet. You could hear the wind moving through the trees, and once in a while some faint rustling outside, probably raccoons or deer. I wasn't worried. I went to sleep early, maybe around 9 or 10. The bed was a little stiff, but I didn't care. The fire was still going in the stove, and the cabin was warm. I slept fine. The second day started out great. I made coffee on the little propane burner, ate a granola bar, and decided to go for a short hike. There was an old trail that started behind the cabin and curved around toward a small hill. I followed it for about a mile. The woods were quiet, with just the sound of birds and leaves. It felt like the kind of quiet I'd been looking for, like the rest of the world was gone. After the hike, I chopped some wood, ate lunch, and just relaxed. I read more, sat on the porch for a while, and did a bit of journaling. It was starting to feel like I could actually breathe again. I didn't miss my phone. I didn't miss the news. I didn't miss anything. That night, though, something felt different. It wasn't anything huge, just a small thing at first. When I went to the outhouse around 8 p.m., I thought I saw something strange at the edge of the woods. A flicker of movement, maybe. It looked like someone standing still between the trees. But when I stared harder, there was nothing. I stood there for a long time trying to be sure. Eventually, I told myself it was nothing, just shadows, my eyes playing tricks. That kind of thing happens in the woods. Still, I locked the cabin door that night. I didn't even realize it didn't have a real lock until then. Just a sliding bolt on the inside. Better than nothing, I figured. I went to bed and left the fire burning low. Around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly. Not because of a sound, not exactly. It was more like a feeling. That cold, alert kind of feeling that hits before you even know why you're awake. I lay there completely still. The cabin was dark and quiet. No wind, no creaks, just silence. Then I heard something. Not from inside, from outside. Footsteps on the porch. Very slow, deliberate. Not the clumsy shuffle of an animal. These sounded like boots. I froze. I didn't even breathe for a few seconds. My mind was racing. Who would be out here in the middle of the night? There was no one for miles. No neighbors. No roads nearby. No lights. The footsteps moved across the porch and stopped in front of the door. I stared at the door from the bed, barely able to see its outline. I thought I heard the faint sound of the handle being touched, but it didn't open. Nothing happened for a long minute. Then the steps moved away again, slowly, down the steps, onto the gravel, and then gone. I lay there for the rest of the night, completely still. I didn't even get up to check. I just watched the door until the first light of morning came through the windows. When it was fully daylight, I got up, heart still pounding. I looked out the front window. There was no one. I opened the door and checked the porch. There were footprints, not deep ones, but clear enough in the dirt. They weren't mine. My boots were a different tread, and I hadn't stepped there the night before. These prints came from the woods and ended at the porch. No vehicle tracks, no sign of anything else. I felt sick. I couldn't explain it. Who the hell would walk out here in the night, approach the cabin, and leave? I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was maybe a hunter who got lost, or a ranger. But that didn't make sense. Why wouldn't they knock or say anything? Why come in the middle of the night? I carried my axe with me the rest of the day. I didn't go for a hike. I didn't leave the cabin much at all. I kept the door locked. I started to wonder if I should just leave. But it was a long drive back, and part of me felt like I was being paranoid. Like maybe I was just too used to the city and getting scared over nothing. That night, I built up the fire more than usual and kept the axe next to the bed. I barely slept. Every sound outside made my heart race. At one point, I thought I heard something again, but it was too faint to tell. By the fourth day, I was exhausted. I decided I'd leave the next morning. I spent the day packing my things and keeping watch. I didn't want to be caught off guard. I filled the gas tank from the extra canister I'd brought and checked all around the cabin for any signs of someone coming back. Nothing. That evening, I made one last trip to the outhouse before sunset. I was only gone a minute or two. When I came back, the cabin door was wide open. I stopped cold. I knew I had locked it. I was 100% sure. My hands started shaking. I walked slowly up the steps, holding the axe tight. I stood at the doorway, listening. Inside, everything looked the same. Nothing was missing, but something was wrong. On the kitchen counter, where I'd left my folded map of the area, someone had placed a small rock on top of it. A perfectly round, smooth river stone. I hadn't brought that. It wasn't there earlier. I shut and bolted the door, pushed the table in front of it, and didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I left before sunrise. I loaded everything into the car in one trip, didn't even eat breakfast. I didn't care. I just wanted out of there. About 10 minutes down the dirt road, I saw something ahead. A pile of branches stacked across the path. Not huge, but big enough to block the road. I stopped and got out to move them. That's when I saw the second pile, just off the road under a tree. Another one, a smaller stack but very deliberate. The branches were placed neatly, not like windfall. It wasn't an accident. Someone had been watching me. I cleared the road fast and got back in the car. I drove faster than I should have. Didn't stop for anything. I didn't feel safe until I hit the main highway and started seeing other cars. I never went back to that cabin. I never asked Mark about his uncle or who else used the place. I didn't want to know. For weeks after that, I kept checking over my shoulder. I had nightmares about the footsteps, about the door opening, about someone standing at the edge of the woods, watching me and waiting. Even now, months later, I think about it all the time. I still don't know who it was or what they wanted. Maybe they were just trying to scare me. Maybe it was worse than that. All I know is, I've never felt fear like that before, and I'll never go into the woods alone again. I found the cabin while browsing an old message board about remote rentals. It wasn't on any of the big rental sites. Some guy had posted it months ago, saying it was perfect for writers, hunters, or anyone who needed complete solitude. The photos showed a single-story wood cabin surrounded by thick pines, with a creek running beside it. It had a rusted metal roof, no visible neighbors, and sat at the end of a long dirt road in northern Montana. Something about it felt raw and untouched. I had some time off work and wanted to disconnect, so I booked it for 3 weeks. The guy renting it to me seemed legit. His name was Carl, and he said he used to use the place for elk hunting but hadn't been up there in over a year. He warned me it was primitive, no cell service, no Wi-Fi, no TV. Just solar-powered lights, a wood stove, propane for cooking, and an outhouse about 40 feet from the back door. He said I'd need a 4x4 to get up there, especially if it rained. I drive an old Tacoma with good tires, so I wasn't worried. The day I drove up, the sun was just starting to drop. The drive off the main highway took me nearly 2 hours. The road was dirt and gravel, winding up through tall trees with barely any signage. I passed a couple of rusted-out cars near a bend and figured they'd broken down years ago. I kept driving until the trail got so narrow the branches scraped against both sides of my truck. Eventually, the road widened again, and I came around a bend and saw the cabin sitting there, just like the pictures. It looked even more isolated in person. No fences, no tire tracks, just tall trees, dead pine needles on the ground, and the sound of that creek running somewhere to the right. I turned off the engine and stepped out. The air smelled clean, almost sweet, like wet bark and leaves. It felt good to be away from everything. I carried in my bags, locked the truck, and started getting settled. The cabin was one big room with a small kitchen, a wood-burning stove, a bed, a big table, and a few old chairs. Everything smelled like dry wood and dust. There were some canned goods on a shelf and a few tools hanging on hooks. An axe, a hammer, a flashlight that looked like it hadn't worked in years. I brought my own food and gear, so I didn't plan to touch much of it. The first night was peaceful. I made some pasta on the propane burner, cracked open a beer, and sat on the steps watching the trees move in the breeze. When it got dark, it got really dark. No lights anywhere, not even far-off towns or cars. I went inside, stoked the fire, and read a book by lantern light until I got sleepy. The silence was deep, not the kind of quiet you get in a room, but the kind that presses down on your ears and makes you hear your own breathing. I liked it. The next morning, I woke up early, made some coffee on the burner, and took a walk around the area. The creek was about 100 feet from the cabin, shallow and fast-moving over smooth stones. I followed it for a bit, then looped back and explored the woods behind the place. There was no trail, just thick trees, patches of ferns, and old fallen logs covered in moss. I didn't go too far since I hadn't brought a compass and didn't want to get turned around. I spent most of that day writing. I was working on some short essays for a small online magazine, nothing serious, but the isolation helped me focus. I kept the fire going when it got cold, read in the evenings, and turned in early. For the first couple of days, it was just peaceful. I barely even thought about the outside world. But around the fourth day, something started to feel different. It wasn't anything big at first, just a shift in how things sounded. Normally, I heard birds in the morning and rustling in the bushes during the day. But that morning, I stepped outside with my coffee and realized it was completely quiet. No birds, no wind, no insects, just the sound of the creek. It gave me a weird feeling, but I figured maybe a storm was coming. Sometimes animals go quiet before weather changes. By late afternoon, the sky got cloudy. I chopped some extra wood, brought it inside, and got everything ready in case it rained. I had enough food and water for days, so I wasn't worried about that. I made a simple dinner and sat near the fire, reading. Around 9 p.m., I started to hear movement outside. Not just a twig snapping or leaves shifting, but heavier movement like footsteps. It wasn't constant, just a few steps, then silence. At first, I figured it was a deer or elk, maybe even a bear. I had bear spray and kept it by the bed just in case. I got up, turned off the lantern, and peeked out the window. I couldn't see anything. The trees were too thick and it was too dark. I stood there for a while just watching. Every now and then, I'd hear it again, crunching leaves 1 or 2 steps, then nothing. No breathing sounds, no snorting, just slow, careful steps. Eventually, it stopped. I sat back down and tried to focus on my book, but I didn't really read much. I kept thinking about those sounds and how they didn't quite match what a big animal usually does. Most animals crash around or snort or move fast. This was slow, deliberate, sounded aware. That's the only word I could think of. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up and listening. Once, I thought I heard something brush against the back wall of the cabin. Just a soft scrape, like a hand on wood. But I told myself I was being paranoid. The next day, I checked around the cabin but didn't see anything. No tracks, no claw marks. I even walked to the back wall where I thought I'd heard the scrape, but there was nothing there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. Stuck with me all day. That sense of being watched. I decided to hike farther up behind the cabin to get my mind off it. I packed a day bag with water, some snacks, and a knife. I didn't have cell service, but I marked a trail using sticks and rocks so I wouldn't get lost. I went about a mile in and found an old deer blind tied to a tree. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. Rotted wood, mold on the tarp. Beneath it, there were some old cans and wrappers. I sat there for a while just listening. That's when I noticed something strange. Across from me, maybe 30 yards away, there was a tree with a deep gouge in the bark. It looked recent, fresh wood exposed. Below it, the ground was torn up, like something had kicked or scraped at the dirt. It didn't look like claw marks though. It looked purposeful. I went over and looked closer. The marks were too straight, too clean. Almost like someone had used a knife or tool to make them. That night, I set up some makeshift alarms around the cabin. Just some pots tied to string hanging near the trees. If anything walked through, I'd hear it. I kept the axe beside my bed, and I didn't light the lantern. I wanted my eyes adjusted to the dark. Around midnight, I woke up to a metallic clink. One of the pots. I held my breath. There was no wind, no rain. Something had moved through it. Then, nothing. No more sounds. No footsteps. No voice. I stayed like that for almost an hour, sitting up in bed, holding the axe, staring at the door. Eventually, I drifted off out of sheer exhaustion. The next morning, one of the pots was on the ground. The string had been cut clean through, not snapped, cut. I picked it up and just stood there, trying to make sense of it. A raccoon wouldn't do that. A bear sure as hell wouldn't. That only left one explanation. Someone had been out there. Someone had walked around my cabin in the middle of the night and used a blade to cut my alarm. I packed a bag that morning. I didn't want to leave yet, but I wanted to be ready. I kept my boots on all day, kept the fire low, and listened. I didn't hear anything until it got dark again. That night, around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps on the porch. Heavy ones. I didn't move. I just sat there in the dark, clutching the axe. The steps moved slowly across the boards. Then I heard something press against the door. Not a knock, just pressure. A hand, maybe. I felt it through the floorboards. Then it was gone. The steps retreated. I waited until sunrise before moving. That morning, I found footprints. Bare ones. Human. No shoes. No socks. Just dirty prints in the pine needles and dirt. I followed them around the cabin and lost the trail near the creek. That was it for me. I loaded everything in the truck. I didn't care about the food or clothes I left behind. I just drove. Fast. I didn't stop until I was 2 hours down the mountain. When I finally got back to town, I booked a room at a cheap motel and sat under the shower for almost an hour. My heart wouldn't stop racing. I kept thinking about that pressure on the door, the way the string had been cut, the gouge in the tree. I reported it to the sheriff's office. They said they'd send someone to check the place. I never followed up. A few weeks later, Carl emailed me, asking how the stay had gone. I told him it was fine, but that I left early because I wasn't feeling well. I didn't want to get into it. I think about that place more than I want to. I still don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I know this. Someone knew I was staying there. Someone watched me. Someone walked barefoot around that cabin in the middle. I took a week off from work when my friend Darren asked me if I could help him fix up his old family cabin deep in the woods of northern Washington. He had recently inherited it after his uncle passed away, but the place had been sitting empty for nearly 8 years. He said it needed some basic repair work, mostly cleaning, patching a leaky roof, fixing windows, tightening the doors, small stuff. I wasn't a professional handyman, but I liked working with my hands, and I knew how to handle most basic tools. Plus, I had a bunch of unused vacation days and needed a break from the city. The deal was simple. Darren would pay for the gas, leave a little money for food and supplies, and I'd get a full week of solitude, away from my noisy apartment, just working at my own pace. Sounded good. I packed a toolbox, a few changes of clothes, a heavy sleeping bag, some canned food, and a few gallons of water. I even brought a small cooler with ice, some eggs, and bread so I could at least eat normally for a couple of days. The drive took nearly 6 hours. The last 40 minutes were on a dirt road that felt like it hadn't been driven on in years. My tires kicked up a cloud of dust, and I had to slow to almost walking speed when the path narrowed between thick pines and dead logs. I started to wonder if I had made a mistake driving up alone. Eventually, I reached a clearing and saw the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. Just a single floor with a sloped roof, a small porch with missing planks, and dark windows covered with grime. There was a beat-up metal chimney sticking out the back. No smoke, no sign of life. The place looked dead, but that was expected. Darren told me it had been untouched since his uncle got sick. I parked near the tree line, stepped out, and looked around. There wasn't a single other building in sight, just endless trees and silence, except for some wind and birds far off. I walked to the front porch and tested the wood. Creaked but held. I unlocked the front door with the key Darren gave me and stepped inside. Smelled like dust and old wood. The air was stale. There were cobwebs in the corners and dead insects near the windowsills. But it wasn't disgusting, just old and untouched. The furniture was all there. A dusty couch, a wooden table, 2 chairs, and a metal wood-burning stove in the corner. There was a small bedroom in the back and a bathroom that looked like it hadn't worked in years. No running water, no electricity. Darren had warned me about that. I unpacked and started with some light cleaning. I opened the windows, swept the floor, wiped down the furniture, and let the air circulate. It started to feel a little more livable. I ate a sandwich and set up my sleeping bag on the couch since the bedroom mattress was molded over. That night, I lit a candle and read a book until the light was too low. Then I just lay there, listening to the wind outside and the occasional crack of branches. It was peaceful, but also a little too quiet. The next morning, I woke up early and started working. I fixed 2 broken window latches and sealed a crack in the ceiling with some caulk I brought. I climbed up on the roof and patched the area where the shingles had peeled. I worked all day, only stopping to eat. The second night was similar, quiet, with just a few strange animal calls outside. But on the third day, something felt different. That morning, I noticed fresh footprints in the dirt near the porch. At first, I assumed they were mine. But when I looked closer, I realized they were different. They were boot prints, heavier than mine, and going in a direction I hadn't walked. They circled around the back of the cabin. I followed them carefully and found that they led to the back door, which I hadn't used yet. The prints stopped there. I checked the door. It was locked, just like I'd left it. I stood still for a few seconds, just listening. Nothing but wind. I tried to brush it off. Maybe they were old. Maybe Darren had been up here more recently than he remembered. But the dirt was soft from a recent rain, and they looked fresh. That bothered me. I walked the perimeter of the cabin slowly and didn't see anything else. No trash, no tire marks, just those boots. That night, I felt uneasy. I kept the candle closer and set my hammer within arm's reach. I double-checked all the locks. I didn't sleep much. On day 4, I heard something strange just after lunch. I was inside, fixing the hinges on the main door, when I heard what sounded like footsteps coming from the woods. Not animals. I know what squirrels and deer sound like. This was heavy, deliberate crunching, like someone walking slowly. I looked out the window, but I couldn't see anything past the trees. The sound stopped suddenly. I waited, barely breathing. After a minute, I stepped out onto the porch. There was nothing. No footprints this time. I scanned the trees, but I didn't see any movement. I waited for almost 10 minutes and then went back inside. But I didn't go back to work. I just sat there, staring at the door. That evening, I tried to distract myself with some simple repairs. I fixed a loose floorboard and cleaned the stovepipe. But I kept checking outside through the windows. Every shadow between the trees felt like someone standing there. I was getting paranoid. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. But deep down, I didn't believe that. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a noise. It wasn't loud, but it was real. A soft thump, like someone tapping on the wall. I sat up fast and listened. It happened again, near the back of the cabin. A short knock, then nothing. I held my breath, trying to figure out what it was. I grabbed my flashlight and the hammer and slowly walked toward the back of the cabin. I didn't want to go outside, so I looked through the back window. Couldn't see much, just trees and darkness. I waited, no more sound. The next morning, I went outside to check. I found something that made my stomach drop. There was a small pile of stones placed in a neat stack right under the back window. 5 rocks balanced carefully, that had not been there before. I was sure of it. I stood there staring at it for a long time. It didn't make sense. Who would do that? Why? I kicked the rocks away and walked into the trees, looking for signs. I found a broken branch, fresh boot prints again. Same heavy kind as before, and what looked like a cigarette but that hadn't been there the day before. Someone was watching me, maybe more than one person. I felt exposed and completely alone. That was the turning point. I no longer felt like I was alone in the woods. I felt hunted, followed, not by animals but by people. I decided to pack up and leave. But when I got to the car, I found something worse. All 4 tires had been slashed. Not punctured by accident. Slashed. 3 clean cuts across each tire. Someone had done it during the night while I slept just 50 feet away. That shook me. I stood there staring at the car, realizing I was trapped. No cell service. No radio. The nearest main road was miles away. I tried to calm myself. I rationed my remaining food and decided I'd hike out the next morning at first light, carrying only water, my flashlight, and the hammer. I didn't want to move through the forest in the dark. I'd go east, toward the direction I came from. It would take hours, but I had no choice. That night was hell. I barely slept. I heard movement outside more than once. Soft footsteps, then silence. A scraping noise at one point. Once, something brushed the wall of the cabin near the window. I just lay there holding the hammer, too scared to move. At dawn, I packed what I could and stepped outside. The morning air was cold and thick with mist. I walked fast, checking over my shoulder every few minutes. I stayed off the main dirt path in case whoever was out there was watching the road. I moved through the trees, trying to stay quiet, trying to keep my bearings. After nearly 3 hours, I found an old logging trail and followed it. My legs were burning. My hands were blistered. I hadn't eaten since the day before. I kept walking. I thought I was alone until I saw the figure. A man, far off, standing near a tree. He was too far to see his face, but he wasn't moving, just standing like he'd been waiting. I ducked behind a rock and didn't move. I stayed low and waited. When I looked again, he was gone. I kept moving. It took another 4 hours before I finally reached a paved road. I flagged down a passing truck and got a ride to a gas station with a phone. I called the sheriff. They went out there with me 2 days later. When we got back to the cabin, it had been broken into. The back door was wide open. The inside was trashed. My cooler was gone. My sleeping bag was shredded. My hammer was missing. But there were no people. Just signs, footprints, broken branches, the remains of a fire pit nearby. They took photos. They made a report. They said it was probably squatters, maybe illegal hunters, maybe drug runners using the area to hide out. But they didn't find anyone, and they couldn't explain why someone would stack rocks under the window or slash my tires without taking the car. They towed my vehicle out. I never went back. To this day, I don't know who was watching me out there. I don't know how many people there were. I don't know what they wanted. I needed to get away from everything. I was behind on deadlines, burned out, and the city noise had become unbearable. I couldn't think clearly anymore. Not with the constant movement, honking, buzzing, yelling, footsteps, everything. I had started waking up already anxious, feeling like something was wrong before my feet even touched the floor. So I booked a cabin, just for myself. Remote, quiet, no distractions. No phone service, no internet. Just me, a laptop, food supplies, and the trees. I thought it would help. I thought it would give me space. I didn't expect what actually happened. The cabin was in the northern part of the state, several hours' drive from the city. It wasn't some fancy luxury spot with hot tubs and TVs like you see on Instagram. This one was small, older, and cheap. The listing said it was rustic, secluded, and ideal for solitude. That sounded perfect to me. There was a wood stove, a table, a small kitchenette, a basic bed, and a small bathroom with a weak but working shower. The water was from a well, and the electricity was solar, meaning it wasn't reliable on cloudy days. But I didn't care about comfort. I just needed space to write and think. The drive up was long. The highway turned into country roads, which turned into narrow gravel paths. I drove past thick forests, abandoned-looking sheds, quiet lakes with fog drifting across the surface, and signs warning about bears. I saw fewer and fewer houses the deeper I got into the woods. Eventually, I reached a narrow dirt path barely wide enough for my car. I drove down that for about a mile, tree branches scraping the sides, before I saw the small wooden cabin through a clearing. It was exactly like the pictures. A little weathered, dark wood, a metal roof, no other structures in sight. There was a fire pit outside with a few stumps to sit on. No cell signal, no one around, just the sound of the wind moving through the trees and some distant birds. I parked and stepped out, taking a deep breath. The air felt heavier, but clean. It smelled like pine, damp soil, and cold. I unlocked the cabin with the key the owner had mailed to me and went inside. It was chilly and smelled faintly of smoke and wood. There was one main room with the table and stove, a small sleeping area in the back with a mattress and a wool blanket, and a tiny bathroom with a water heater that worked as long as there was power. No fridge, just a cooler with ice packs the owner had left. I unpacked my supplies, cans of soup, trail mix, jerky, water bottles, matches, a flashlight, some clothes, my laptop, notebooks, and a battery-powered lantern. It didn't take long. That first night, I just sat by the fire pit. I made a small fire and heated up some canned chili on it. I watched the flames and listened. There were no cars, no people, no hum of electronics, just trees creaking, wind shifting, the occasional snap of a branch somewhere off in the woods. I thought it was peaceful. I felt alone in a good way. I went inside when it got too cold. I lit the stove with a match and sat near it while the place slowly warmed up. I wrote a few pages on my laptop, mostly random thoughts and outlines, before turning in. The bed was rough and the blanket scratched my skin, but I slept better than I had in weeks. The second day, I woke up early. Around 6 a.m. light was coming through the small window above the bed. I got up, used the bathroom, made instant coffee on the stove, and went for a short walk around the woods nearby. I didn't go far, just wandered about a quarter mile out and back, looking at trees, small animal tracks, and scattered stones. I didn't see anything or anyone. No cabins nearby, no trails, no signs of human activity. That made me feel even better. I thought I had the whole forest to myself. I spent the day writing. I sat at the wooden table, opened my laptop, and typed for hours. I wrote an entire chapter of the book I was behind on. Felt good. I didn't even notice how dark it had gotten until I realized I was squinting at the screen. I made soup and sat outside again, watching the last bit of sunlight disappear. The fire popped and hissed. It was colder that night. I heard something larger moving in the woods. Maybe a deer or a raccoon, but I couldn't see anything. I wasn't nervous yet. I had read the warnings about wildlife and kept my food sealed. The third night was when things started to feel different. I went to bed around 10. I had locked the front door, made sure the stove was off, and placed my lantern on the small table next to the bed. I fell asleep fast, but I woke up maybe 2 hours later to a sound outside. A kind of slow crunching in the leaves. Not fast, not loud, just slow and deliberate, like someone walking around the edge of the cabin. My eyes opened fast. I stayed still. I thought maybe it was just an animal again, but something about the rhythm didn't feel right. It wasn't darting or pausing like animals usually do. It moved steady with a kind of weight. I sat up quietly and grabbed the lantern. I turned it on low and looked out the small window. Nothing, just trees and darkness. I couldn't see any movement. I turned off the lantern, not wanting to shine a light outside and draw attention. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, listening. It was dead silent now. No movement, no sounds at all. Eventually, I lay back down, but I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I looked around the cabin outside. I didn't see anything strange at first, but as I walked around the backside of the cabin, the part one couldn't see from the fire pit or front door, I noticed something weird. In the dirt, near the back window, there were faint prints. Not boot prints, not paws, just slightly indented shapes, maybe from bare feet or shoes with very thin soles. I bent down and looked closely. They weren't sharp or fresh, but they weren't mine. I hadn't walked back here barefoot or at all the day before. I tried to tell myself maybe they were old, left by the cabin owner or a previous guest, but they made me uncomfortable. That whole day I couldn't focus. I tried to write, but I kept looking up at the windows. I kept glancing at the trees. I started to feel like the forest was watching me. There's no better way to describe it. Like I was being studied. I told myself I was just being paranoid from being alone too long. But that night, something else happened. I was in bed again, the same setup as before. Around midnight, I heard it again. The same slow crunching in the leaves. This time, it circled the cabin. I could hear it moving from the back to the side to the front. Then it stopped. I waited, heart pounding. Then I heard something brush against the wall. Just one soft dragging sound. Then silence again. I stayed awake the rest of the night. Lantern on, eyes on the window. The next morning, I walked around again. And this time, I found something worse. Near the front door, someone had placed a small stick in the shape of an X. It was right at the base of the step. It hadn't been there the day before. I didn't put it there. It looked fresh. The sticks weren't dirty or old. Someone had done that, and they had done it recently. I picked it up and threw it into the woods. My hands were shaking. That day, I didn't write. I kept pacing the cabin. I locked the door and checked the windows over and over. I stayed inside all day. I didn't even eat much. I just waited for it to get dark again, already dreading what might happen. Sure enough, it came back. Around 2 a.m., the sound woke me. Leaves, twigs, slow steps, then tapping. Not loud, just 1 or 2 soft taps against the wood. Then nothing. Then a knock. A slow, single knock on the wall. Not the door, the wall. I froze in bed. I didn't move. I didn't turn on the lantern. I just stayed completely still. I thought about grabbing my car keys and running, but I was too scared. I stayed there until the sun started to rise. When I finally went outside, I didn't find anything. No footprints, no marks, nothing left behind. But that made it worse somehow. Like they wanted me to know they were there, but also wanted to leave no trace. I decided I had to leave. I packed everything that morning. laptop, food, clothes, everything. I loaded the car and started driving back up the dirt path. My tires skidded a bit on the loose rocks, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. About halfway up the path, I saw something in the trees to the right. Not a person, just movement. I kept driving. My hands were tight on the wheel, and my neck hurt from how tense I was. I made it to the main gravel road and didn't stop driving for hours. When I finally got back to a town with service, I pulled into a gas station and sat in the car for 20 minutes. My hands were still shaking. I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. It sounded too strange, too vague. I didn't see a face, didn't get attacked, didn't catch someone red-handed. But I know what I felt. Someone was out there, watching, testing how close they could get, marking the cabin, waiting. I never went back to that place. I told the cabin owner I had to leave early due to a personal emergency. I didn't explain. I just